What's going on, vampires? Welcome to another V Rising tournament. This is for June the 11th, 10 a.m. PST, 1 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be hanging out and diving into a $200 non-merciless Duos Cash Cup. This is going to be another 7-day tournament with the server open at specific times, and we're going to have a chaotic rule set coming out. As we saw in the last Duos tournament, we had the V Blood bosses. I'm talking Quincy, Octavian, Solaris, and all the rest pumped up to 120% health and damage. We had some incredible fights all the way across the board at Quincy for hours, and tons of rat strats, plays, and counter plays at Octavian. This time we're pumping it up even more. You're gonna have to bring your A game. The competition is heating up because V Blood bosses are going to have 150% health and damage. They're more lethal than ever, and all units and monsters in the game will have 120% health and damage. So the player versus environment aspect is getting dangerous, it's getting complicated, and we're seeing all these new strategies come out in the tournament format. We do have a 1-hour siege window every single day of the tournament, and whatever teams have the unique souls at the end of the Friday night siege window will be coming up and into the $200 cash prize. The Soul of Solaris is worth $100 on Friday night, and both the Wings and Behemoth will be worth $50 each as well. Now for this Duos tournament, you are only allowed 1 castle per team, and the tile limits are going to be somewhere around 40 for tier 1, 60 for tier 2, 75 for tier 3, and 100 for tier 4. So we've got smaller castle sizes and only 1 castle per team, and we are always looking for more feedback inside the tournament. So please join the Discord at discord.gg/eclipsegaming for all of the unique rule set breakdowns and for the tournament chat. And we will be streaming live at twitch.tv/strangereligion. We're going to be getting the esports casters back into the mix and trying to rotate them out. And Stunlock Studios, who is once again partially sponsoring this tournament, has given us codes to give out live on stream. So we'll be giving away DLCs throughout Saturday's stream. Can't wait to see you all there, and we're looking forward to it. This is a June 11th $200 Duos Cash Cup. I'll see you there. We're live? Alright, what's going on, everybody? Hello, vampires. Welcome to another Saturday morning Cash Cup tournament. This is a $200 Cash Cup with some unique and chaotic modifiers. We've got the bosses powered all the way up. 150% health and damage for V-Blood bosses, and 120% health and damage for monsters and units around the world. Varderon has never been more dangerous, and we have some of the best players in the world out here. We've got returning tournament champions. This is our fourth tournament now in a row. We've got the tournaments running 7 days a week, and we've got the returning champion Ren and Admiral, as well as last night's $300 Cash Cup champion Kasabe coming out and diving into this tournament. This is our first non-merciless tournament, but you're going to be losing 33% durability on death, and you're going to have 1.5 times respawn timer. So it's more punishing than ever to die, but we're going to have so many players diving into this tournament. It's going to be opening up at 10 a.m. Pacific. Please join the Discord at discord.gg/eclipsegaming for the full rules and breakdown. And to sign up for your Duos team, you must sign up to win. And throughout today's stream, we will be giving away DLCs, sponsored in part by Stunlock Studio. Let me introduce my tournament co-host, Odin.
Hey everybody, how we doing this morning? I hope everyone's excited as we are. I know I am very much looking forward to this one. The different rule set is going to make things very interesting, but I'm really curious to see how things are going to play out without the full loot drop. I think these increased timers on respawn, the durability hit's going to hurt, but at least you're not getting sent back to the Stone Age every single time you die. So I think the revenge kills are going to be something that people really need to be careful of and considerate of, especially in the early game when you've got those bases set up and you're really close nearby these boss areas and everyone's still condensed into the forest. It's going to be hard to escape the revenge, you're going to have to really be on the move, and you can't sit in one place for too long if you decide to take those fights. It's going to add another very interesting layer to the game. I'm excited. Strange, what are we thinking about for the tournament winners this week?
You know, I've got to give it up for Ren. So Ren last night actually was one of the winners of the $300 cash cup, and they decided to abandon their partner Kasabe in order to join with Aura. And so we've seen these players in every single tournament since the inception of this series. And so I think you're going to really have to look out for Ren and Aura. These players have so much experience. They're speed running. They're playing all day, every day, and they've got the sweat and the drive to win. And this is essentially becoming a full-time job for some of these players. We've got the Cash Cup prizes varying between $200 and $300 the last couple of weeks. We've got more players funding the prize pools, and SLS is giving us more DLCs to give away. And so through all of this stuff, you really have an esports scene building up right now. And so if this increases and we get more money into this summer Cash Cup series, you're going to see these players playing full-time, and they're bringing their A game every single game that they play.
Exciting stuff, man. I'm really looking forward to seeing how the scene develops, especially because we've already seen SLS kind of adapt to some of the demands of the player base, including the fact that we actually had, before we had to use a Twilight set while we were in admin to avoid taking sun damage. Stunlock was watching the last tournament. They made that change for observers to be able to sit in the sunlight without taking damage. The game is quickly evolving. They're listening to the players. I'm really excited about how quickly they're kind of churning through updates and potential content for the future. This game has definitely got a big life ahead of it.
Absolutely. And we've seen so many teams sign up. We just brought the sign-up sheet. Please join the Discord for the sign-up sheet. But we just brought it up about an hour ago, and we've already had somewhere around 30 teams sign up. So the server capacity is between 50 and 60 at any given time. And we know that all of these teams are going to be trying to dive in directly at 10 a.m. So there is a bit of a crapshoot for whose duo partners managed to come in. But as we saw last week, the winning team, as we mentioned, Ren and Kasabe, joined that tournament 5 or 6 hours late, and they still managed to bring all 3 unique souls, that's Solaris, Winged Horror, and Behemoth, home to guarantee all 3 of the prizes and all $300 of that Cash Cup money. And so I think we're going to see the same thing. Almost every tournament, the winning team has managed to get, at some point, all 3 souls. So they're powering up, they've got the clan buffs, and they're sieging and counter-sieging every single day during that 1-hour siege window. And I think today we could easily see sieges within the first siege window this evening.
Yeah, I don't think I'm not sure if we had any in the siege window, the first one with the golems or anything, but it's definitely a possibility, especially considering how quickly people have been able to progress through the content and how comfortable they've gotten with just kind of speedrunning and kind of interacting with other players to get through everything without really worrying so much about the basics of setting up a full castle and everything. You get these kind of like patchwork setups that are exactly what people have in mind. Kind of they've sort of planned it out. We saw players running very early in the tournament last time, all the way up to Dunstead Farms and even some to Silverlight. We had some people up in the mountains playing some really unique strategies. We had a lot of really early dominant teams, and you had these like breakpoints, right, where somebody unlocked Bear, they opened up Quincy, all of a sudden a bunch of teams showed up to Quincy. It was a huge massacre for like an hour straight before finally calling a truce, and they all just kind of killed Quincy and took the blood together. They all scattered off the top of the mountain. Surprisingly, nobody died on that first one. But then suddenly you have 4 teams that are now in Tier 2, and everybody else is still in Tier 1. But some of these teams that are in Tier 1 have kind of progressed themselves in a manner that as soon as they hit Tier 2, they're already ready to go, and they're not really that far behind. So I definitely think it's possible that we'll see those siege golems early on. It's maybe even tonight, who knows?
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. And I think because of the fact that monsters throughout Varderon and bosses are powered up, and because of how the tournaments have been progressing over the last month, I think you are going to see a lot of teams who do not go for the bosses right away. They're going to use that 30-minute protection timer to just get a couple of their favorites. We're talking about Lydia and Keely and Alpha Wolf, and then they're probably just going to go across the map and they're going to use these these new unique strategies, right? They're going to go to the Hollowed Mountains as we saw last week, and they're going to gather copper, and they're going to start to build those Night Stalker and Merciless Night Stalker sets and their copper and Merciless copper weapons, so they can be powerful enough to try to take these bosses head on. So the bosses are so powerful that this is going to really allow a lot of third partying and the rat strats to come out in force. And last week on Sunday, actually, it was reported in tournament chat that almost no players could kill Octavian because you had multiple teams ratting Octavian all day to prevent forward progress. So I think we're going to see a lot more of that in this non-merciless setting because players can afford to take 2 or 3 deaths before their gear is broken. So we do have 33% durability loss, and those materials will be dropping on the ground. So players are able to kill other people to get their inventories and to build up sets of their own. But like you mentioned, I think this is going to allow for more players to come out of their castles, to respawn and keep fighting even after taking 1, 2, or even 3 deaths.
And shout out to everybody that's in chat. We appreciate you all showing up. We are on a delay just for competitive integrity. Anybody that could potentially be stream sniping is going to have to wait a significant amount of time before they find out where you are. And by the time they figure it out, you're probably going to be gone. So unfortunately, the chat is very behind where we're at while we're commentating here. But we appreciate you guys showing up. Very much happy to see the turnout, because last time the numbers were growing across the entire tournament. We had people tuning in all the way up until we ended, so we're very excited to have another week of awesome action to show you guys. And I think this format, although Merciless has that super dangerous, you're gonna lose all your gear, you're gonna have to start over, I think non-Merciless is gonna have its own very exciting factors, like we mentioned, having those kind of like salty runbacks on the fight just immediately is really going to change the way I think things get approached. And I wonder if we're going to see a different routing for people, if they're going to prioritize different things, knowing that players are going to be more dangerous. If they die, they can just come back and fight again. I'm wondering if players are going to try to progress in a slightly different manner than what we saw in the Merciless.
I think absolutely they will be doing that. I just think that so many players are aware of these chaotic rule set changes that it is going to force you to do different things, which I personally like. We're essentially changing the format of the tournament every week and adding some chaotic modifications to keep it interesting and keep these players on their toes, right? They're running world record speedruns of Quincy and Octavian, but when you throw PvP into the mix and you make those bosses harder, these players really have to stop and think if they're going to be able to do a 20-minute or 25-minute Quincy. And I would say, based on last tournament, the answer is no. When you have 2 hours of PvP at Quincy, you start to realize that you're actually not making any progress by hanging out at that boss. Of course, if you get it, you're on your way to Iron and Hollow Fang, but if you don't get it, did you just waste 2 hours? And so, like we mentioned, we're going to see some brand new routes today and some new and interesting strategies. We've got so many teams signing up on the spot right now. We've got Catcher in the Rye, Pilf Hunters, Shadow Clan, The Boys, and Vampire Redemption joining into the mix. So thank you all for signing up. Hopefully you all get into the tournament, and we can't wait to see what you've got in store for us today.
Yeah, in the future, there's potential that we'll run different sizes of tournaments, different rule sets. We've kind of talked back and forth off stream about what the possibilities for this game are. I think it's really just basically endless with the sandbox that SLS has created here. There's so many ways that you can edit, modify the map, modify the bosses, add potentially new things, mod things in, change the properties of items, change resources. There's just so many possibilities in the way that you could approach this game, and I definitely think the tournament scene will evolve over time to where we'll have kind of our preferred method of running these shows. But I think the fact that there are so many opportunities to set these tournaments up in different ways just leads itself to a great community, if not just the esports scene itself. You know, if the players that are getting involved in these tournaments have a lot to focus on with just this one game plan, but in the future, who knows what we could see. I mean, sky's the limit, right? With this game, I could think of just if they set up like coliseums somewhere in the world and you have the ability to fight other players for like a neutral boss that isn't tied to progression but gives you power. I could literally sit here and ramble for hours about cool things that they could add to this game.
Absolutely. And we know using the admin powers that there's an entire zone that's not yet released. And we've got this beautiful and very interesting terrain setting within Dunley farmlands, right? You've got that kind of creviced, rocky hillscape. And we feel, or at least I feel like there could be a dragon there in the future. You've got all these line of sight possibilities. And so, you put a tier 4 boss in the tier 2 zone, and then you have a kind of cross contamination between tiers. You have players constantly moving around the map. And maybe that boss is very difficult. It has multiple phases. It essentially acts as a new, unique boss or raid boss. And so, like you said, the possibilities are endless. And we already see SLS. They are tuning into these tournaments. They're giving us feedback. We had the CEO in here last week, and he loves what we're doing, and we love what they're doing. So the scene is just growing and growing and growing. So thank you all for coming, and please join the giveaways. The first giveaway is going to be !Shadow of Dracula, and you will have access, if you win, to a free DLC provided by Stunlock Studios. So thank you guys. We're getting ready to turn this tournament server on in about 5 minutes. So I just want to wish all the participants good luck again and Godspeed.
And just a quick, before we get started here, if you guys are in the Discord, do me a favor. Let me see your best Alpha Wolf memes, because I've seen some pretty good ones this week about like the bandwagon of players on PvP protection running over to Alpha Wolf. I've seen some pretty good ones. So if you got any, post them in the Discord. And if you're not in the Discord, make sure you join. It's discord.gg/Eclipse Gaming. You can sign up there for the tournament if you're not already signed up, as well as keep yourself apprised to all future events that are going to be run by Eclipse. Make sure you stay tuned, because we will be doing more events just like this one. We will see a bunch of community events, I'm sure. I think we've seen some interest from players in running some events of their own, and of course we'd love to expand and grow the community. So make sure you join the Discord, post those memes. Maybe tag you guys can tag me on the Discord. It's just Odin. It should be, I think, the only one there. I will, whatever the best one is, I'll pick the best one, in my opinion. This is totally biased, by the way. So if you don't win, sorry, but that's just how it works. Post your memes, tag me in them. Whichever one I like the best, will get a DLC code. We're getting ready to start here. Strange is going to be busy for the next few moments here while we get ready to start the server up. We are going to be restarting things. There will be just a few moments where we're going to be setting up the admin tools to get key bindings and all that good stuff going. So excuse the clutter as we get the console sorted out. That's just kind of the way things go right now while we wait for the official observer tools to make their way into the game, which I'm sure they will very soon. We've already seen improvements to the observer thanks to SLS, because they were watching these tournaments. They saw some things that we needed, especially that sunlight change, very big. So we've got, it looks like 3 minutes left. We do have players that were winners or participants in the previous tournament that got first come, first serve, sort of. So we wanted to make sure that they were able to get in first. The server will be restarting shortly, and then as soon as it's live, it's the gunshot goes. Everybody's out of the gate. We're going to see a very similar situation, I think, to last time. It's a 30-minute PvP protection, so no players will be interacting with one another unless they decide to flag themselves for PvP, but there's not really a point to do that, because it just kind of makes you vulnerable to a surprise attack if somebody decides to unflag, because there's all PvP protection for 30 minutes. So even if you flag yourself and you remove your protection, you can't attack other players as long as they still have that protection. So we're going to see a pretty similar start, I think, to what we saw last time, which was tons of people chilling out in the graveyards trying to farm up the skeletons real quick to get the bones they need to get their quest started. With the change a few weeks back, wild animals do drop bones in addition to skeletons, so we'll probably see the players spread out a little bit more. But again, we saw a pretty heavy bias towards people wanting that Alpha Wolf right at the start. That mobility to get across the map very quickly, set yourself up, quickly get from place to place, makes a huge difference in the way that the players play the early game, especially because the wolf form is a requirement to get a horse. There is no way to sneak your way into Dunstead and grab yourself a horse without wolf form, because you will die to those mobs on the bridge. No matter how good your dodging skills are, there's about 30 mobs between you and that horse, and one of them's gonna one-shot you. So we're gonna see a lot of people at wolf.
Really quick, Odin. Sorry, can you check your DMs? So this tournament is going live. Absolutely, this is a tournament wipe hype, and we understand what you guys are saying. Thank you for commenting in Twitch. We're going to work on my mic volume and bringing up the overall volume. So please, guys, keep it running. We hear you, and we are doing everything to get this tournament off to a great start. The IP will be inside of Discord as well as the picture of the tournament server. So we are going live. Good luck, everyone. We will see you inside and have some amazing PvP fights, and good luck on your first 30 minutes before PvP protection drops. We can't wait to see what you all are capable of.
All right, so mind the dust as we clean out the scuff here. I gotta get Strange turned down just a little bit. I might get the audio sorted out there. Apologize for that. It changed for some reason in these stream environments. It just changes every time. Last time it was fine. This time it's too loud. So we're just waiting for the server to restart, and then we will be jumping in. Strange, just let me know when the restart goes so I can get in there, try to beat the rush. Give us just a few moments, guys, as we get the tournament started here.
All right, it is up and running.
All right, let's get in there. Let's get in there. Get at it.
Oh, something just happened. Red stopped it. All right, guys. So we are trying to get this thing underway. Of course, like always, the same thing that we saw last week. It is challenging to try to get some players. We want those tournament champions to have a guaranteed slot, right? We have to offer them something magnificent. So those players who are winning these tournaments are going to get the elder role within Discord, and we're going to give them the opportunity to create a character before the server goes live. So right now we only have about 3 players, because we've had some repeat winners who are taking these tournaments down. So they are going to be able to create a character just a few minutes early while we have a password on the server. And then we are removing that password at 10 a.m. and allowing the public to join. So of course, this is still a public drop in, drop out environment, and everyone has a chance to win. It doesn't matter if you're late. You can always get a huge kill, a big siege, or rat your way into an Octavian or Quincy kill very early in the tournament lifespan, especially if you have that PvP protection timer. Like we talked about, it is almost a strategy to join late and then really try to capitalize on that 30 minutes. And so I think we're going to see that this tournament as well. But the tournament server is down at the moment, but we're bringing it back up as soon as possible.
We've already got the sort of pre-game lobby, as it were. Keep in mind, guys, that they are not getting a head start. We are keeping everybody sealed away in their coffin starting zone. Nobody is allowed to leave yet. So just because these players are in early doesn't mean they're getting a head start by any means. We just wanted to ensure that they're going to be able to get in. Just wanted to double check, Strange. Are we live now? Is we're just giving it a few minutes for the players to join and then making it public, or are we doing another restart?
So the admins have confirmed that we are now, I don't know, it's weird. G-Portal is showing me a mix of settings, so I can't actually see. It looks to me like it has stopped, but on the other side, it shows that it's activated without a password. So I'm going to call, if you're on the server and it's live,
I'm on.
that this tournament is now kicking off. This is a $200 cash cup. All the participants and teams, get ready for the fight of your life. Keep in mind the chaotic rule set. It's going to be a crazy tournament, and I think a lot of players actually will not go for Alpha Wolf at the start. Alpha Wolf has 150% damage and health, and if, like you mentioned, every tournament that we've had so far, there's been a severe lack of bones from the skeletons and starting monsters around the world. So you have to incorporate a new strategy to go find bears and wolves, you know, fight cows and horses, whatever it takes. to get your tutorial done and into your first set of armor. And because Alpha Wolf has 150% damage and health, and for every new player, every new clan that shows up, these bosses are going to be buffed up even more. So I think we might see a very, very long Alpha Wolf kill today. And so I think we're going to see some new strategies evolve as players let other clans, essentially 1v1 Alpha Wolf, while they gather and hang out in the local area and then dive in to try to suck on the neck of these bosses. So this is live. Here we go. We are watching the perspective of Odin. We've got tons and tons of admins on the server, so there is no teaming, no cheating, and remember, only one castle heart per clan. You've got to be very strategic. We're going to see a lot of Farbane Woods castles today compared to other tournaments, and I don't think we're going to see very many tier 3 castles because it's a very long trip from tier 3 back to tier 1 with your loot, and you're risking getting killed on the way by all those insane tier 3 Silverlight monsters. Again, you guys, every monster in the game has 120% health and damage, so you are risking everything now trying to get through the fire archers in tier 2 and the shield brutes and the musketeers and grenadiers in tier 3. This is going to be a very dangerous tournament.
Yeah, and like you mentioned before, because the bosses have so much health, it's going to require a lot of coordination for players to take them down if multiple people are showing up. Now, 150% health and damage against Alpha Wolf isn't that bad for a single player to deal with if they're like, 13, 14 item level. It's actually not the biggest deal in the world. Quick question. Are we live? Like, is the server actually up and running? Because I see one player in the starting room, but nobody's left the room yet. I guess I could just go check. Head over to the spawn point here and see if we can see. And guys, just so you know, you are aware, we are on a delay again, so anytime you guys post anything in chat, just be patient because things may have already changed by the time that your message gets to us. We did get some feedback to adjust the audio levels. We've already done that, so hopefully it sounds a little better on your side. If in a few minutes it's still an issue by the time you're hearing this, just let us know and I can definitely take a look at it again. Are we live? Where are the players? I don't see anybody. I think we're still getting things sorted out, guys. Apologies while we get this situated. It is still we're still kind of fine-tuning the process because of the way the G-Portal servers work. It's a little bit difficult to have this kind of starting line. It's not like a pre-game lobby that we can have everybody load into. We kind of have to do this all manually. We appreciate you guys coming in and stopping in early before we even get the action started. I know a lot of people are very excited to see that opening race, the gunshot, as people come out of the gates and start tackling the skeletons, start picking their spots to set up. Last time we saw, I was kind of surprised, to be honest. We didn't see a lot of bases move to the north right away. People seemed pretty okay. There's the there's the server going down, so we're gonna go ahead and get that back up as the players join. Right, let's go ahead and get connected. I think it just restarted, so it's gonna take a few moments here. It should be open now. Strange is casting alongside with me today. He probably wasn't here when you asked that question, but again, we're on a delay, so having done a lot of community tournaments, I like to think that the scuff is part of the charm. It's not a homebrew tournament if it's not scuffed. All right, here we go. We are off to the races officially, ladies and gentlemen. The server is now up. Players are out of the gate and getting started. Admiral looks like he has a lead as he had his character ready to go. Got one person outside farming skeletons right now, and this is a pretty big jump for him. I think other people are taking some time to customize their characters, and they're wasting precious, valuable seconds. We had Dr. Dexter now coming out, and this is where the stream of players is going to start pouring out. This is a very important part of the game. This early zone actually can determine a lot of how the early game goes for some of these players. Getting access to all these bones really early on is a pretty big deal. If you can get yourself like 100, 200 bones before you leave this area, before other players are able to do so, that's a really big boon. Everything that you need to get your quest started, the full set of bone armor, bone weapons, the bone ring, all that stuff, it requires around, I want to say 200 bones if I remember correctly, maybe a little bit more than that, maybe 300. So getting this all really early before anybody else shows up is definitely a strategy that some players use. We see oftentimes people like to hang out here, but Dr. Dexter opting to immediately leave and just go for that opening gambit. We'll see if people
love to see that.
We'll see.
These are the unique strategies that we're talking about, right? This player, after we just mentioned the fact that there's barely any bones available, has chosen not to even get any bones. He's just going to leave the tutorial. And remember, there are skeletons on the road to Alpha Wolf and just outside the tutorial. So maybe the play is just to escape the tutorial, because most players already know it's going to be a fierce competition for the skeletons that are in there.
Yeah, and again, like we mentioned before, the fact that they added bone drops to animals a few weeks back in one of the updates. I think it's probably about 3 weeks ago now. Originally, when the game first dropped, animals did not drop bones, which made it really, really difficult on these PvP servers to get started, because you would, you'd have to fight just for these skeletons to get yourself some bones, and if you didn't get them, it's like, what do you do? Well, now you got to go to a cemetery, and that could be kind of a big detour for you when you've got other priorities like Alpha Wolf. And we're already seeing players. I do think we're going to see the early rush for Alpha Wolf, because we're already seeing players spawn at the southeast gate, which is typically where we see people go if they want that first initial Alpha Wolf kill. And they are heading up this road. They could be going off to find themselves some houses, but they are kind of streaming in. We've got this this early peace and quiet. We saw this last time on the server, but it's just kind of, the PvP protection's still up. Everybody's just kind of enjoying the presence of their fellow vampires, getting to know each other a little bit before they murder each other down the line.
You love to see this, string of vampires, and we see this every tournament, right? They're trying to take the fastest route to Alpha Wolf. But like we mentioned before, Alpha Wolf is going to have 150% damage. So you're going to have some players here who are level 0. They are going to be taking immense damage from Alpha Wolf, maybe picking up their first death as well. And that's going to set them back all the way to the spawn point, the Waygate, which is back by the outset of the tutorial. So actually going and dying early in the tournament is going to waste so many precious minutes of your PvP protection timer that it's going to be interesting to see what happens here. Personally, I am rooting for Alpha Wolf. Now that we've buffed him up, I think, normally we see Alpha Wolf
he gets bullied.
The first 6 minutes, he gets bullied. Let's take a look at Alpha Wolf here.
Oh, Dr. Dexter, the first one on him. Let's go.
I think he's already realizing that it's... Oh, and Lydia.
Oh, no way. How did this happen?
This helped them, I think, by having both here. I think you're going to see them fighting, and we're going to see some cross-contamination of area of effect damage.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
That almost hit Alpha Wolf right there.
Yeah, that burn damage on the Chaos Arrows is actually going to help them get Alpha Wolf taken down really quickly, especially if Alpha Wolf hits Lydia like he's doing. Oh, this is so big. Chaos Volley this early on to the game, right off of the gate. I mean, if players don't know this is happening, they're going to miss out on this. And we talked about this last tournament. Look at this. Dr. Dexter being really smart, using this time to get some wood collected to get the castle heart set up while Lydia and Alpha Wolf are kind of fighting each other. And, we have our first death.
The first death of the tournament is the legendary Rat King, suffering the 150% damage from Lydia's Chaos Archery. You just see it chunking him, 25% damage per hit. Look at Boo's about to go down as well. Alpha Wolf doing some immense damage.
Yeah, this is super dangerous. Of course, Alpha Wolf is very, very easy to dodge. So the actual danger here... Oh, the interception on that Chaos Bolt, catching another player. That is 2 lives claimed by Lydia. She is already a menace to the server. And look at this. These players are backing off, just trying to get their quests done while the bosses are aggroed. so that they can create their higher level gear. Fixie using the shadow from the dash on the spacebar to lure the volleys away from Lydia there, having to run away while he's crafting. Look, you can see his item level going up while he's being chased down by the boss. Alpha Wolf is still active, so that health bar is going to remain in effect. Not going to recover any HP. Already at half.
I think Lydia put in the most damage against Alpha Wolf, picking up 2 kills there against players as well. You love to see these players just leaving, right? They're staying away from the fight. They feel the damage, and they're deciding that it's probably best to get some other stuff done. But it looks like we will have a pretty early Alpha Wolf kill. Look how much damage that did to Darkness. Alpha Wolf Enraged just chunking players for 30% of their health per attack. You have all these new players showing up. Look, we've got ads all the way across the screen. Varderon is dangerous.
Wow, this is huge. Alpha Wolf goes down this early, and Lydia goes down this early. I mean, all these players that are here for this right now, you have to feel bad for anybody who didn't think Alpha Wolf was the play at the start. And I definitely feel like, okay, yeah, we knew that the high HP was going to be a factor here. It might deter some players, but can you imagine not knowing this? You're just minding your own business on the other side of the map, maybe setting up on the west end to have a good spot for Clive and the Bandit King. You don't know this is going on. All of a sudden, there's just an entire stream of werewolf dogs running across the map, getting set up.
I think we could see an Alpha Wolf kill here, but I don't
it's
think
daytime,
we're gonna
though.
see Lydia go down. Now it's daytime as well. You usually see players at this point in the tournament with already Alpha Wolf dead. They're heading to Coppermine and Keeley, but now it is so pumped up and it's so dangerous. And with the sheer amount of wolves that are being spawned due to the amount of players here, I think some players might actually opt out and decide to leave. It's getting dangerous. Can we take a look at Lydia? I really don't think she is going to be killed here.
There she is. Yeah, if anything, it looks like
75%.
It looks like if some players might have tried to lure her away to lower the danger of this, because Alpha Wolf is still kind of causing a rampage back here. We see players. I really like the strategy that people have been adopting of running around and farming up their materials while they hide. But every time you chop down one of these trees, you're removing valuable shade that's going to protect you from the sunlight. Now that it's daytime, this is a huge factor. And can you imagine if Lydia does get lured over here? If one player decides to bring Lydia over here like this is going to be so dangerous. Any Chaos Bolt could kill a player at this point. These projectiles...
Kill. Alpha Wolf and Lydia proving to be the 2 most dangerous players on the server at the moment. These bosses are ready for PvP. They've already got their gear sets.
I already see some predictions in chat about how many people are going to die to Alpha Wolf, and I can't wait till chat gets to this point because, man, this is absolute carnage. Way worse than what we saw in our previous tournament, just because the presence of Lydia has really kind of thrown a wrench in things. But in addition to the fact that she has done some damage, she's killed a few players herself. Alpha Wolf's health hasn't changed because those players still counted towards the overall health scaling. So Alpha Wolf, with that 150% plus individual player scaling, is sitting at so much HP. Look at how even Lydia is barely tickling Alpha Wolf at this point.
This is incredible, the sheer amount of players, and look at the space around Alpha Wolf, normally filled with players trying to do melee damage, but now we have another kill.
Another one! Lydia's got like 4 on her belt now. This is getting ridiculous.
At least 4. I'm sure she killed a couple of people off screen as well. Just the sheer amount of space that players are giving to the bosses. They're learning that this is crazy. This is dangerous.
Fixie almost dying there. The Chaos Volley does not finish the kill because dots can't kill you. But man, he goes down to 1 HP and is forced to back off. Alpha Wolf finally going down, and Fixie is going to be the last one to jump on that. Any players sneaking up at the last second are going to miss out, and we see all the players scatter. Nobody wants to deal with Lydia at this point.
The Chaos Volley. So many, the sun popping off as well. I think we're going to see a lot of players turn into wolves here and leave. They want Lydia, but at the same time,
it's not worth it.
I don't know if this is worth it.
It's not.
Lydia is level 26, but she feels like a level 35 right now.
She does.
Some players might be showing up, and they haven't understood the power of Lydia. So I think look at so many players are gathering, right? This is already 10 minutes into the tournament. You never have an Alpha Wolf kill this slow, and the only reason they brought Alpha Wolf to his knees was because of Lydia. I would say Lydia probably did about 50% damage there to Alpha Wolf.
Oh, easily.
And 100% damage to players.
Yeah, I can't believe how many times Lydia got kills here. And there's players still tempting Fate over here. I see somebody still engaged with Lydia. They really want this Chaos Volley. Keep in mind, this spell is incredible, and I don't think it's been... Has it been nerfed yet? I didn't check the patch notes on the last one. It's in contention to be the most powerful DPS ability in the game, and for good reason. That added spell power plus the burn damage really adds up, and against players in PvP, especially if they're running counter, having the double volley is really a boon to your offense. There's so many good ways to use it, and it's just really useful in PvE overall. So getting that kill onto Lydia would be huge. But wait a minute, are we going to see players going straight for the woodworking immediately? We do actually see some players making their way towards Rufus, but are they going to take this fight in the daylight with all the archers and everything? This could be really dangerous.
We talked about this last tournament. The crossbow is kind of an undervalued weapon that's definitely fantastic in PvE, and now that players need to keep more distance and space from bosses due to their power, I think more players will go for Rufus. They want the woodworking bench, and they want to make their first bow, and also I think we're going to see a lot of players crafting fishing poles in order to unlock the rat. The rat has been coming up and rising through the ranks as kind of a play of the tournament in a lot of situations. I think Rufus could also get some kills here. He's got a more basic moveset than Lydia, but because he enrages and fires multiple times in a row, and there's so many nets at play here, I think we're going to see a player get netted and probably killed in the sunlight. But it kind of looks like a lot of these players are just going to loot chests and leave.
Yeah, Maybell actually getting out with the lion's share of the loot there, as we did see that they got the gold chest while they were under fire from the boss, managing to sneak out with just a little bit of health left. But look at how weak these players are, going toe-to-toe with level 20 mobs. Now, these mobs later on in the game, they're a complete joke. You just kind of run through and destroy them. But this early on, this is super dangerous. Look, We Too Low is one hit away. If he got hit by that trap, that would have been it for him. Lights out.
Great counter there is going to save his life. Look at, we've never seen players this low. No player can keep their health up anymore. The sheer amount of damage that the units and bosses are doing are putting you below the 15% threshold, right? For all the newer players, when you take damage, you can only heal 15% of that to get back toward max health. So the more consecutive damage you take, the lower your maximum health will be until you can get out of combat. And as we saw with Lydia and Alpha Wolf, it's very hard to get out of combat right now because the monsters and bosses just survive for so much longer than usual.
Let's talk about this real quick, because you called it. There are definitely going to be some players that said, forget Alpha Wolf, we're going to get set up. And I mean, it definitely, look at how Admiral's already level 20. Look at how much more powerful he is than everybody else scattering from there. They could just go take Alpha Wolf whenever they feel like. It's no big deal now. They could just go 2v1 Alpha Wolf, no problem. And they've already got a base set up. Like you mentioned in the rules, guys, where there's only one Castle Heart allowed. So if you're building yourself up on a spot where there are multiple entryways, you really got to think about how you situate yourself to prevent people from blocking you in. And what they've actually done here is they did prevent anybody from being able to build up here by blocking off the only entrance to this upper area. Now, somebody could potentially get up here later on in the game, but at that point, it's hardly going to matter. They did actually pick one of the better spots. We talked about this before. This was previously Vayne's area. In the previous tournament, we saw right next to Quincy being able to get back into the action without losing your gear. This is a huge play for them.
Absolutely. This is one of the best spots in Tier 1. It's going to put you, the Tier 2 cave passage will put you very close to this. And of course, they have access to Quincy. And like you mentioned, there's only one choke point, realistically, to get onto that terrace. And because of the limited castle sizes for players, they are going to now be able to capitalize on that entire space just to stop other teams from building there. So Admiral and Mulk are part of the clan Finstack. These are European players who are coming out here and competing on our North American server. They've got some lag, but they're still able to pick up wins. Admiral, as we mentioned earlier, was one of the solo Cash Cup tournament champions. So we're going to be very excited to see what him and Mulk are able to do for this tournament in these chaotic rule sets and modifiers. So you have players here letting out all of the beasts. And I've talked about this in so many of my videos as well on YouTube. It's great to use the environment to your advantage, especially when everything is so deadly. You have to use everything that you can in order to give yourself an edge up and secure a big V blood boss kill.
So this early on, it's important to mention, guys, that because we're on a PvP server, even though they have PvP protection enabled, if you hit another player with your projectiles, it will still block it. Although they won't take any damage because of PvP protection, it still makes fighting bosses together harder because you have to be careful not to hit somebody in the back with, you know, your Shadow Bolt, whatever spell you have, because it's just not going to do any damage. And you see, Keely is probably the easiest boss in the game. She does have some dangerous damage if you're asleep at the wheel, but it's very easy to avoid. Her health isn't particularly high, so players at low item level here are going to be able to take her out no problem. Despite the fact that we saw Alpha Wolf become an absolute menace to society with the aid of Lydia, Keely is looking a lot simpler here, and there's a couple teams on standby getting ready to take this power early on.
And it's fantastic to see that Lydia joined that Alpha Wolf fight, because that's not normally, excuse me, her pathing. I've speedran Alpha Wolf and Tier 1 probably 50 times now, and I've never actually seen Lydia right there. And so you just get the RNG factor on server up, right? These worlds are being built with so much RNG that you've got stone golems, treants, all these pathing bosses wandering around. And remember, because they have 150% damage, we're probably going to see Tristan picking up some one-shots somewhere in the next hour or so. Hopefully we'll be there to see it, but you do see these players pulling Keely into the tents, and one player is dying to Keely. She is fairly simple, but if she hits you, especially with all three of those cross arrows, that's you getting one shot, right? That's probably 220 damage at this level.
Bagel's trying to claim the loot from Nate there, but almost dying in the process, as that rogue in cap is extremely dangerous. Ooh, just narrowly dodging the follow-up. If you get hit with this, in addition to a boss combo, when you're at such a low gear level, you're in a lot of trouble. But he does actually pick up a bit of gear there for himself and his teammate, so that's going to work out for him. Keely still low here, but nobody really committing to this fight. Without having a crossbow, this is quite difficult to deal with. But Mulk, look, this powerhouse of a player now coming along with his level 20 gear. We know Admiral probably isn't far behind. I'm sure he's on the comms with him right now, like, hey, Keely's super low, get over here quick.
Yeah, or he's gonna take the Keely kill, and then he will build the leatherworking station for the team, right? We could easily see a split here. If one player goes Keely and the other goes Clive, they are going to be coming up in the world with an alchemy lab, access to explosives, and again, a lot of players are probably going to be getting siege tonight. I think we've got an even fiercer amount of competition than we've ever seen before. These players have been practicing all month for tournaments like this, and so zeroing out the competition early is going to be a very, very viable strategy, especially because it's a non-full loot. I think we're going to see more keys being created, and players will be trying to key castle hearts to delete other teams and zero them out.
I saw some comments about people saying that Bagels drop PvP flag. That's actually just a bug with the display, because if you don't have an item level or you've just respawned, sometimes your health bar doesn't show with your item level or your PvP flag. Bagels is still PvP flagged. By the time you're hearing this, it'll be 15 minutes later. As I mentioned before, we are on a delay just to keep everybody protected from stream sniping. But hey, with how long these bosses are taking to fight, that might still be a problem.
For sure, we've got a 15-minute Alpha Wolf and what feels like a 10 or 15-minute Keely here, so I think we will see in the future at least a 15, 30, or even 1 hour Quincy fight. I'm personally excited to see how long it's going to take and whether or not players will choose not to fight Quincy. Maybe not day one, or maybe not the first couple hours anyway, as they really pressure progression. And so like you mentioned, we will probably see more players, due to how dangerous the world is, going out to gather immense amount of copper, right? Going to tier 2 to get wolf red, and going to tier 3 to get iron ingots from the dock.
There it is.
That way they won't have to pressure the iron mines as hard, and they will be less likely to be ganked. We're going to see a lot of players putting bases down here in the next 10 minutes. Because of how dangerous the world is, you will lose all of your materials when you die. Everything those players gathered at Alpha Wolf, if they died, those are now in other players' inventories. You got to get that base down in the first 30 minutes.
T-Gats over here in the mine managed to pick himself up a reinforced bone crossbow, probably just a lucky loot drop from one of the bandits in the trapper camp potentially. I don't know if we saw him over there for Keely, but he's clearing up these ads. Unfortunately, getting trapped, that is a little bit dangerous, but the counter's going to get him out of there. If he can clean these out and then get some early copper potentially. I don't know if he has a reinforced bone mace already. At level 13, I'm feeling like he probably doesn't, because he's not wearing full armor. But if he does, this could be a ton. We saw a player in our previous tournament adopt the strategy, and I don't remember if it was T-Gats. I can't remember the player that did this. It might have been, but they gathered a ton of copper early on, like cleaned out this entire mine, giving themselves and their teammate. I want to say it was maybe Humilitan's team because they had a stockpile, so when they died and they lost all their gear in Merciless, they were able to reclaim it immediately just because they had so much copper in reserve. This could be huge. Uh-oh. Unless
a copper weapon early is going to give them a massive advantage in PvP, and like you mentioned with the Shadow Bolts, if you use a Q on a player, even if they have a PvP protection, you're still going to incapacitate, stun, or knock them back. So there are ways to kind of get around the system, and when you counter, if a player's next to you, it's going to knock them back even with the PvP protection flag. So you do have some chaos in these early fights, but you see T-Gats here, one of the first players in the mine. He wants that copper, right? He's probably going to use Errol to try to explode at the end. All bosses explode when they die, destroying resources and monsters nearby. So you'll probably see T-Gats luring Errol onto those 3 copper right there, and probably the 2 to the side as well.
Yeah, if he can get him right over into this spot right here, he can get these all to detonate. He might even think about... It looks like there's about 5 over there, so he might think about doing it right here because this will probably be a little bit more consistent. And there's also a golden chest back there that he doesn't have the time to loot just yet. These golden chests do have a little bit of a timer that you have to channel through before you're allowed to open them, so he can't really do that while Errol's at his back, but you see him slowly whittling him down. He's actually making really good progress here. And Errol is another very simple boss with kind of easy to cheese AI. He's not really super aggressive. The only problem is when these ads come in, they're just workers though. It's not a big deal. If he gets a teammate to show up and help him, this will be even easier, but it looks like he's content to just solo this while his teammate figures out what he's doing on the other side of the map. Go ahead and take a look.
Yeah, I would be very curious what other players' teammates are doing. Let's try to teleport to Admiral, who we've seen. Admiral and Molk are the leading teams right now. And so I'm curious, they've got the horses, right? The Horse Lord strategies are now in effect. This is Tier 1 Farbane. Let me see what time it is. We have PvP protection flags falling off. Admiral doesn't look like he has his flag, so he is going to be actively hunting players that don't have their flags as well. Is this one in front of him?
No, Fixie does have the tag. Yeah. So
level 20 on a horse. Admiral is looking like the most dangerous player on the server.
Oh, they find Alpha Wolf. Perfect.
There it is. Like you mentioned, they decided not to go for an early Alpha Wolf. They got their base down. They're into level 20 and pressuring Alpha Wolf now that they're above the item level of Alpha Wolf. This is level 20s versus level 16, picking up a kill.
Admiral? Does he already have wolf form, or what's going on here?
No, that gave it to him. So because they're on a team, there's a broad area of effect. So if your teammate sucks the neck of a boss and you're nearby, it's going to give you credit for the kill as well.
Gotcha. I've only played solos myself, so I wasn't aware of that. That's actually pretty good. So it's
very, very good. It allows you to gatekeep the other team.
Wait, Rufus?
Right? Especially at Quincy.
Do they not see the Rufus? Oh no. Admiral just ran right through, didn't check. Might be kicking himself for that later unless he's got somewhere else he wants to be. Although Molk is behind him. He could show up and potentially clean this up. Like you said, those PvP flags are going to be falling off pretty soon. But does Molk see what's going on? No.
Maybe they don't want Rufus. Rufus is a progression boss that's absolutely skippable if you're not that interested in fishing poles or crossbows. And you don't want the Berserk ability, I think you'd be fine not taking that. But like we mentioned on our speed run yesterday to Iron, the Berserk is a wonderful ability. It's going to help you gather materials for the rest of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially right now when there's no PvP. Well, people are still PvP flagged. And early on, taking fights is really dangerous because you know all the players are condensed into a small spot. We saw this happen right last time where... we would see one teammate show up and start fighting somebody, and then they get led to another teammate, and then it's suddenly a 1v2 goes to a 2v2, and maybe one person's on the back foot, and then all of a sudden a third team shows up, you get third party. It's really dangerous to fight this early on when everyone's still condensed around the early bosses. But Molk and Admiral decide that, hey, we're just going to spread out. We'll let everybody fight over scraps while we go ahead and take all the resources off the map. And I really like this play. It's working out for them so far. They collecting gems, getting ready to maybe make their merciless weapons if they manage to get lucky with blueprint here or there. Get some research. They're going after Lydia for the Chaos Volley. This is big. They're going to be really far ahead. I think they actually are the dominant team right now.
I say without a doubt they're probably the #1 team on the server at the moment if they can pick up Lydia here before other players' PvP protection timers were off. They're level 20. You see them gathering gems, so they're going to be going for their Merciless Copper weapon very quickly. And what you could also see, because of how dangerous Quincy is, you might see players like this, right? They're going to get their Merciless Copper weapons, and then they're just going to go gather iron and gather cotton, rather than pressure the progression bosses, they're just going to store a ton of loot and a bunch of great items, maybe build their castle into stone, and then later, when it's clearer and less likely for them to be ganked, they'll be pressuring these progression bosses.
Look at Admiral with such good control of the horse here, dodging all these volleys while doing the figure eights to get the most DPS on Lydia as possible, and just burn this boss down. Get back to what they were doing. They don't want to spend any more time than they have to fight this stuff, because the further they can secure their lead, the faster they can get ahead of everybody. And if they're careful, if they play their cards right and they don't take bad fights and they stay together, they could potentially get so far ahead that they can solo Quincy before anybody is even able to step into that camp. Especially if they leave the mobs alive and force players to run through them. I don't know. This is really strong early play for them. I don't know that there's another team that's looking as dominant as Admiral and Mokmok right now.
I don't think so either. And the main thing here is that as PvP protections fall off, because they have a horse and they've got so many abilities and levels, we might see them just go hunt players. So even though this is a non-merciless setting, they're going for the player kills to get their materials from the gear as well as their inventories. If you kill a player at the 30-minute mark before they've finished making their base, you just gained 30 minutes of tournament time, right? You've got all of their inventory and all of the materials they've gathered, and that's just going to save you so much time in the long run.
Look at all this wood they just got from the explosion too. They don't even need it because they've already got their castle heart set up, so they're just going to move on. Guessing that they probably have a pretty full inventory, but let's go check in on the copper mines and see how T-Gats is making out over here. Kuro is actually over here with a reinforced mace, and it looks like T-Gats did get these three. I'm gonna guess that T-Gats managed to pick these up, and the gold chest was looted as well. Boo, I think, is T-Gats' teammate, but the colors change every time we look at it, so it's inconsistent. But we've got quite a few players already in the copper mine, and I saw a few people in chat talking about how important it is to get in on the copper mine, and I agree. You know, we see Admiral and Mokmok so far ahead because they decided not to waste all that time on Alpha Wolf, especially potentially dying, and look at where they're at now. You know, these players are now catching up to them basically for the rest of the day.
I am so excited. You've got all these teams here. We're about 5 minutes away from the PvP protection timer falling off. It's going to be Madness and Stupidity in the copper mine. Let's take a look at Clive as well. I really want to see Clive and F-Bear. Is anyone pursuing an early attempt at Quincy or Sulfurous? We have all the ads up here, so Clive is probably alive. Let's jump over to F-Bear. I don't think anybody will have killed it, but it's very possible. We have level 20s on horses, so this might be the next move for Admiral and Mokmok. Now, as I mentioned, these are EU players. They said that the raid time for them, right, the daily siege window, which is only 1 hour long, is at 3 a.m. So you've got some graveyard players diving in here. You've got some real-life vampires trying to win these tournaments, and you love to see it.
All right, so we do see Mokmok and Admiral running through here. Whether or not they actually want this kill, we shall see. Alpha Wolf making a guest appearance as well. It sounds like it looks like they want this. I mean, they have, I think Mokmok is running double DPS right now because they have Chaos Volley and Frostbats. So they're going to probably take out Rufus relatively quickly, and if they get that Blood Rage, like you mentioned, popping that to be able to farm materials faster is a really big boon. It's a 25% attack speed increase, and something a lot of players don't know actually is that you can pop Blood Rage and then use the axe attack skill to get the attack speed bonus, and it will stack. It's only a short window and you have to do it in that order, but it adds up so quickly that you can deforest an entire area in a matter of like a minute.
You're gonna have to see players being careful here. Look at this player who's very, very low health, and we're about to see the PvP protections falling off, and you know that that player sees that Mokmok and Admiral don't have their PvP flags on, and they're very high levels, so they have to make a tactical decision here. They're gonna have to get very far away from this fight if the flag falls off in the next 3 minutes, because you're going to see Mokmok and Admiral actively pursuing players. They also know that the PvP flag is almost gone, and they can suck up some inventories if they play smart and they track some players down and hunt them to the ends of Arderon.
Yeah, they're being a little careful right now with the sunlight, and rightfully so. Dying right here would suck for them. Again, it's not merciless, so they're not going to drop their gear, but they definitely have a lot of materials on them right now because we saw them roaming around the map. They have not been back to their base since we first looked in on them. So Rufus is probably going to go down here in just a moment. So if any players have a chance to run up, they might be able to grab this. But again, that PvP flag timer is running very dangerously low. We see a couple players out here. I think this is the player that was just kind of standing around there watching them. if they don't play their cards carefully, this could be an unnecessary death, and they might lose a lot of materials.
Someone in chat mentioning it, and we've heard this before, you can farm materials, including copper, with the crossbow. So picking up that bandit crossbow was actually a big win for T-Gats, allowing him to get an early access to a lot of copper. So I'm sure we have plenty of bases. And like we mentioned, this is a 1 castle heart per clan server. This tournament has 1 castle with reduced tiles allowed, and so you're going to see a ton of Farbane castles and a lot of players slowly moving between tier 1 and tier 2.
Red is not going to get it, and he's on PvP flagged. Are they going to chase him down? I don't think so.
I think so. This might be the first PvP death on the server. I don't think they realize that his flag has fallen off here.
Maybe they just don't think he's worth it. They are really far ahead, and honestly, if they decide, hey, we just want to keep getting ahead, we don't want to waste time with players, I respect that. I think they're in such a good position right now that they don't even necessarily need to take the risk of fighting another player, having somebody show up, having something stupid happen, because although they are level 20, we've talked about this before, a well-executed fight with a few item levels difference can definitely go in the lower player's favor, easily.
Here we go. Look, Admiral knows that his flag is off. We're about to have chaos
Oh,
in
no.
the copper mine.
He's looking.
Why gather copper yourself when you can gather the inventories of players by reaping their souls?
Okay, this strategy I like. Now, ooh, does he hear?
Here we go. Does he hear or see that? That player still has PvP protection. That might save them.
It just fell off as we were saying that.
No way.
Wow, I think he heard the horse and just decided to bounce out. Now he's gonna get.
Yep.
Now he's gonna get rid of this
This is what
tree.
we were talking about.
Oh, hold on.
Admiral's chasing him.
Here he
heard
comes. Oh, he sees the tree and he doesn't want it. Yeah, this is dangerous to go by on a horse.
That level 20 probably doesn't have a base, so that inventory would have been massive. So we're going to teleport around a bit here, everyone. The PvP timers are falling off. We're going to have PvP across Farbane.
Nobody in the mines right now. Looks like everybody's cleaned that up. Keely's still on respawn. We see some players showing up here now. Ren got a horse as well. Oh, big in cap from the rogue mob there, though. So he's got to be a little careful. Actually, it looks like he might have hit the shield, but his teammates here. This isn't particularly dangerous for a pair of level 20s.
So now we've got a parallel team here. You've got Ren and Aura, tournament champions, who also are level 20 with horses. So if those teams come across each other, that's going to set one of those teams very far back, right? Just losing your horse right now is going to lose out on about 5 minutes, especially if you have a very fast horse. You've got RNG on the speeds, the turn speed and acceleration on these horses.
Yeah, early on, Keely is a really important roadblock too. That tannery is going to be critical to getting to the next tier of gear. So at this point, players are going to be looking to converge on Keely if they haven't already. And some of the players that got early access to her, you know, it seems like a great idea. It's like, okay, well, everybody's there fighting. This is easy. I can just jump in and get credit for the kill. But how much time have you invested, really? When you look at these other teams that did it in reverse, they said, all right, let's go get set up with some basic gear first, and then we'll go deal with the bosses while the rushes died down. We don't have to deal with all the HP. We can just clear it at our own leisure. They're pretty far ahead now. I mean, let's go check in on real quick while we wait for this this kill to finish here. We'll go see what oops. For 2-player T-Gats. Let's go see what T-Gats is up to. So T-Gats, picking up this a spot up in Dunley Farms already, actually. Pretty interesting to see. Really good spot. This is defensible with a single castle heart. You only have to worry about that. But blocking is loud on the server, and T-Gats is built up here. I
think that's a good spot. They can cover both choke points. It's a pretty small hill, but like you said, you're actually right. If someone built to the road,
yeah,
these players could potentially get blocked in, and that is absolutely allowed. As you mentioned, you have to use strategic castle placement, especially with only one castle heart. And on our server, in a tournament setting, anything goes. If you rat trap a player inside your keep, or you rat trap their entire keep, that's good on you. Here's a player who probably doesn't realize that the other team is up there. Maybe they want to build their castle up there as well, and they have no PvP
Oh no,
flag.
they're going to check.
Let's see. Oh no. Okay, so he sees, and he's like, uh-oh. I should probably leave. There's another team here. Yeah, I better take this, a couple planks across the river here.
Let's
go ahead and dive over and look at Admiral as well. Hopefully we're going to have some PvP here soon. Nothing at F-Bear.
Looks like Keely did end up getting picked up. Let's go ahead and check out Admiral, like you mentioned. Why did I just get an unfinished name for a console command I had already typed? Clive already?
That is Clive. This is beautiful. About 30 minutes in, they're going for some sort of little speed run here. They're doing the tier 1 progression bosses. They're going to have a ton of abilities unlocked. Now, Clive has that chaotic double dash for the space bar, which, as we've mentioned, is for sure an S tier ability in PvP and PvE. It's going to give you 2 space bars, and if you've got Rogue Blood, each of those space bars will be critting when you come out and attack somebody.
So I see some people in chat have asked what the rules of this tournament are. As a reminder, you can find all that information on the Discord. This is a duo, not merciless PvP server. It is still loot drop. There are some additional rule sets in place, such as increased boss health and damage. There's also a win condition of collecting soul shards. Can you tell me which ones? So Solaris is the first place, Behemoth and the other one are second and third place. They're both worth $50. Solaris is worth $100. So at the end of the tournament life, if you own the Solaris Soulstone, you are getting $100. If you own all 3, you're getting all $200.
Absolutely, and like we mentioned previously, a lot of these tournaments have one player or one team of players with all 3 shards because they're sieging the other players that have them. And as we know, when you build the Eye of Twilight, it shows you where the souls are in real time on the map at any given point. And when you're holding a soul, you cannot use vampire powers, mount, use cave passages, or teleport via waygates. So you've got to carry that soul all the way back to your base. And imagine having to carry the soul of Behemoth all the way back to Farbane Woods. That is like a 20-minute walk, and any player with the Eye of Twilight is going to be coming for you. They're going to try to rat your soul after you've killed the boss, and we're going to have these rats hanging out at the raid bosses with their volumes at max. Doing other things, right? They're reading books, they're cooking, they're cleaning, and when they hear you fighting, they're coming to get you.
I'm just laughing about the one archer that screwed everybody. This archer back here is chasing everybody, shot the TNT, got all his friends killed. Classic. Fixie, wow, I'm actually really surprised Fixie didn't attack Admiral right there. Maybe it didn't register right away, but Admiral was low with mobs on him and was in the middle of Blood Heal. That could have been huge for Fixie.
Maybe Fixie thought he was a monster, or he's trying to decide if it's worth his time, right? Maybe he thought he would have a solo Clive here, and now that he sees another player, he's feeling kind of dangerous. But let's see what happens. He might come back.
Yeah, I mean,
put the hurt on these players. Clive has reset, so Clive's back at full.
Clive hadn't really taken a ton of damage. It looked like Mulk and Admiral were focused on the brunt of getting rid of the ads. They do have a relatively long respawn timer, thankfully.
There we go.
Here.
Fixie trying to grab a chest and Mulk punishing him for it.
We see the Chaos Volley come out early, and I don't know if other players have access to Chaos Volley yet.
Mulk and Admiral only had 1 horse, so now they've got 2, and Fixie,
this
needs to dismount him here. Good counter, but it's not going to connect.
Here comes Admiral.
Comes his teammate. This is looking so bad for Fixie.
Oh no, Fixie's in so much trouble here.
Nice knock there. Nice.
He gets him both knocked off.
Good dodges. I don't think it's going to be enough. That's a freeze.
The Trapper
2
pull.
Frostbats. When you've got 2 players with Frostbats, the opportunity to freeze is going to be immense, and that's a 3-second stun. Up until you take damage, that is the end.
Fixie going down. I was looking for a second there, like Fixie was getting the PvE assist as the Trapper was using that spear pull, the tier 3 ability, to pull Admiral back off, but Admiral managing to jump back into the fight, helping his teammate out, and Fixie does go down. That's going to be not the worst thing in the world if Fixie had nothing in his inventory, which, if you're going for Clive, I'd imagine you would drop everything off, right? You're not going to come to Clive with a bunch of inventory because you know there's a high chance of dying here.
Honestly, it's hard to make a judgment call. We don't know if, you know what, if we teleport to Fixie in 45 seconds, we'll see if they respawn at a base or not. And if they respawn at a base, then probably they did not have an inventory. Well, but like you mentioned, a lot of players are getting smarter. You're going to make small strategic plays away from your castle to do 1 boss or gather a certain amount of resources and then drop them off, because with 50 and 60 players all in Farbane, because they only have 1 castle, Farbane is the most dangerous spot in Varderon right now, and a lot of players are learning that. I think Fixie could have picked up a strategic kill there on Admiral or Mulk when they were healing, but he let them get back to full health, and that was a misplay, and now he is in an early grave.
Clive already at half health. This is looking pretty good for Mulk and Admiral, but like you mentioned, Fixie could potentially just come right back, and I think at level 20 they're kind of forced to have a base, right, because they need that crafting. So it looks like he's already on his way back over here. If we look at where we are right now, he is headed over towards Clive. He wants that revenge, and I don't blame him. I think he's probably going to be heading directly back here because based on how far away he was, he's probably thinking that Clive's going to be dead or almost dead by the time he gets here.
Look at one of the horse's corpse as well. The horse suffering the consequences of the Clive area of effects. We've seen that so many times in tournament settings and speedruns. Your horses are very, very liable to getting killed, especially now that the bosses have 150% damage. So bosses like Clive and Nikolaus are going to do immense area of effect damage. You gotta stash your horse, right? Treat it like loot and keep it safe.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of times players like to stick their horse over in the corner here because it's hard for it to get hit. Also, if Clive does wander over here, they're going to damage some of the sulfur. And I'm actually surprised that we're not seeing... I don't know if Clive actually damages the sulfur with his bombs.
Here comes Fixie. But both of these players are doing a very good job keeping their health up. So Fixie, I believe, should go for a neck suck here on Clive, right? But Mulk has noticed Fixie, and he's going to try to gatekeep while Admiral 1 versus 1 Clive. Let's go ahead and go up there past Clive. I think they're fighting just to the north of you.
Mulk is gatekeeping Fixie out.
This is a great gatekeep here. Keeping him at bay.
Wait, there's another player showing up on a horse.
Another player. Who is this? Is this Fixie's teammate?
It looks like it. They're both green.
Yep, here comes a 2 versus 2 with Clive at 25%. We'll see what happens.
Now, here's what I'm thinking, right? If you're Fixie and Dexter, you're like, okay, we could win. They're 20. You know, Dexter's only down 2 points. They could win this fight against Admiral and Mulk if they decide to take it. But I think the smarter thing to do here, if they have voice chat, is like, hey, let's call truce, get the boss, we deal with each other afterwards. Because right now, if you die as Admiral and Mulk after investing all this time, and we saw this happen last time actually at Clive, a team spent a ton of time getting Clive down and then died right as Clive was becoming available. Like, he was right around this health, and they lost out on the opportunity to get the boss. They had to do the whole thing over, and that set them back a pretty considerable amount of time. Right now, Mulk is still trying to gatekeep while Admiral finishes up the kill, but Fixie and his teammate are just chilling out nearby. They're ready to jump on, and it gives you iframes as soon as you jump on. But we did see a really interesting play previously. There were a couple teams trying to jump on Clive. One player sat there damaging everybody with a spear as they were doing that wind-up animation to go for the neck bite. And then when they finished it, they were lower health because of that free damage they took, and then immediately they died.
It's starting to look very, very bad for Fixie. Mulk getting off a ton of chaos volleys, and Admiral throwing frostbats like it's going out of style. They want to gatekeep this team so hard. Look at how professional Admiral and Mulk are. They're making an executive decision here to not finish Clive until they've attempted to at least kill these players. And the bosses have 150% health, so you have a lot more time to decide if you want to gatekeep or not. Right, in a normal setting, Clive would be very low here, but I want to say he's still got quite a lot of health left.
Yeah, I mean, normally by now he would have been dead twice over, but having that additional health, as well as the scaling for multiplayer, is really keeping him alive at this point. And now the daylight is here, and Admiral's trapped in a corner. This is actually going to get really dangerous for him. The horse might actually die.
That horse looks like it's going to die here from this AoE. Clive at 2%, the horse managing to survive by the nick of its teeth. Here comes the Clive kill. Let's see, they're going to pressure here again. Fixie at half. They're about to lock Fixie in. That's a freeze.
Fixie's frozen. This is big. Clive is super low.
Connect. Clive is very low. Clive looks like a player here.
Oh, Clive.
Dr. Drex getting dropped.
Clive with the assist on a Drex. That was well executed by Admiral. They just trapped him in the corner. Now Fixie's on his own. I don't think he's going to be able to get this. He's lurking in the shadows somewhere, but where? He's just waiting for Clive to go down. The second he does, he could jump in, but again, one player could just sit there and gatekeep while the other goes for the neck bite.
Let's see. Here
and there he is.
Mulk with the
Mulk knows he's coming. He's trying to stop him. The counter. Is he going to get on in time? No, the frostbat stops him. Fixie gets stopped, and Admiral and Mulk are going to claim the only Clive on the server. This is putting them so far ahead.
Admiral and Mulk with a beautiful gatekeep here. These are looking like tournament champions at this point. They are doing an incredible job keeping their levels up, their health high, and gatekeeping other teams. We've got all the PvP all the time here on the $200 Duos Cash Cup.
Man, I would love to have voice comms. You know, like you watch a broadcast from CSGO and you get to hear the team chatter after. I would love to be a fly on the wall in that conversation there, just to hear the communication back and forth. They are making out like bandits. They're picking up lots of whetstones, lots of sulfur. They've got the Clive kill. They're going to be able to probably set up. I don't know if where they chose their base has any copper. We do see weekdays actually at level 23. Could be dangerous, but I don't know if he knows that the other teammate's nearby, so they're actually going to go ahead and just spread off. They saw the horse, so like it's not worth chasing. Vegeta decides to retreat. They realize that the team's running out of the sulfur mines, so they probably know, wait a minute, Jacek in a lot of trouble here. That bandit just barely missing the end cap, so that's going to keep him alive for a second, but weekdays hurting him towards his teammate, and now it's going to be a 2v3. Can he steal this horse and get out of there? He does jump on it, but he gets stopped by the spear skill. weekdays knocking him off, missing the counter on the Shadow Bolt. This is going to be dangerous for Jacek.
Copper, right? These players with copper have an immense advantage right now. Even one Q ability is going to give you, I want to say, a 50% efficiency bonus to fighting monsters and players. You're going to get the stun, the knockback, the mace kind of jump attack that really closes the distance. You've got the axe attack that's doing the same. So here we go. He's not going to choose the right direction, though. So that player will probably get away. And you have Admiral, what looks like returning to base. You've got so many players in the world right now trying to make executive decisions. They're really feeling the full force of the 100% damage and health of the bosses. They're changing up their strategies, and they're not going for a Quincy kill right off the bat. I don't think we've seen F-Bear get killed yet. Can we dive over there and take a look at F-Bear? Last tournament, we had a lot of players killing F-Bear, but the player that does that is going to open Quincy for everyone. Yeah. And it's almost like an interesting idea to open Quincy and then not go there. Just go somewhere else. And even say in World Chat, Quincy open, right? Get a bunch of teams there.
Oh my God, the mind games.
Time in fighting, the mind games, the chess. We're playing checkers out here.
Yeah, these guys are playing checkers. Whoever kills F-Bear opens it up, types in global chat, Quincy open. That's 4D chess right there. We did see a player take out F-Bear in the previous tournament at level 20, so we definitely know it's doable. Of course, it does require a horse, so it's not necessarily the easiest thing in the world to do. But one thing I want to talk about is last tournament, we didn't see anybody going for Nikolaus. He basically got left alone despite how powerful both of his abilities are in PvE. They can really be a boon to you, especially when you get to places like the Haunted Mine, having that skeleton counter and just putting bodies on the screen to stop the skeleton volleys can be a huge help. But look at this.
Look at this rat trap. As we saw from my rat trap video, if any player jumps off of Quincy, right? If you go up to Quincy, you have so many players, and we saw this in the last tournament. Everyone kind of just jumps off to hang out, right? But if you miscalculate here, you are now stuck behind this wall, and all of your loot will have to fall onto the ground when you kill yourself. That is a rat trap.
Yeah, so if you look, guys, when we're up here at Quincy, what happened a lot of this gets blown apart as the fight happens, and it ends up just being like a barren hilltop. So players can run and jump off in any direction, but if you jump off right over here and you're not paying attention, or if you're getting chased by a player and you end up jumping down here, if you get down to this lower echelon right here, you're screwed. There's no way out. You're just going to have to take that fight, hope you win, and then, well, I guess die because you can't get out. You're going to have to unstuck yourself. It's sort of a... I almost feel like it might pay out for them, but look at the fact that they said, I love the fact that they put it right here, because think about if they decided to go for Quincy, a team decides to chase them, they jump off the cliff, the team isn't paying attention, they go, hey, guess what, you're stuck behind our house now, go ahead and kill yourself, we'll take your stuff, and we'll just be in the house, let us know when you're ready.
You can tell that they're going to do that because they built a gate in the back to let them out into the rat trap, so they're actually going to try to lure and bait players to chase them. It would almost be beneficial to let yourself get low health and then jump off the cliff like, oh no, I'm low health, don't chase me, and then they've got him in the rat trap.
Yeah, and we know Admiral and Milk are right nearby, so it's potential that as soon as that Quincy gate opens, they're going to be there. Of course,
let's go ahead and jump over and take a look at Ren and Aura as well. You've got so many powerful teams on the map now, and we want to see them clash, right? We want to see these two. Look at Aura. You've got the Horse Lords out, like we mentioned, across Farming.
Tristan.
Here's Tristan. Immediately running away. Tristan at 150% damage is going to be taking heads and hunting vampires.
Yeah, no thanks. But hey, look, as you mentioned, you wanted to see these players clash. They are right near each other. And we saw this happen in the previous tournament, right? Players all sort of condensing around Quincy, maybe moving their bases or getting set up. Before, you had the ability to make two bases, so we saw some players build in two separate locations. But this time around, since there's only one heart allowed per team, it's not going to work out that way. And the thing is, you can't necessarily just split up. I know what some people are going to say, like, oh, just don't join on a team. It's like, okay, but you don't share progress if you do that. You can't go into each other's castles without you opening the doors. You can kill each other in PvP without meaning to if you're trying to team up on somebody while you're not flagged together. So really, in reality, you're only having one castle heart. So this is going to change the way a lot of the early game plays out, because this castle, this is it. When they're ready to move, they don't get to leave this here and then build a new castle somewhere else. They have to dismantle this one before they can build somewhere else. And that's really going to change the late game.
We really want to, hone in on that statement. You cannot build a second castle. That is a bannable offense on this server, especially for prior champions and tournament participants. You must read the full rules breakdown within Discord and sign your duos team up. That is essentially giving you a free move, right? You're not going to have to rebuild your entire castle after you move it. And that's part of the risk versus reward in these very competitive environments. Do they live in Farbane forever? Or at some point, do they pack it all up, put it on a mule and head over to Dunley or Silverlight, risking their entire tournament inventories? At that point, right, if you get killed on the road to your new base, you are zeroed.
Looks like we have a fight on our hands here. Trapula getting engaged with Misha. They're both equal gear, but Trapula with the big advantage right now. The counter into the Shadow Bolt.
Shadow Bolt, huge. Trapulus is looking great. Misha needs to turn into a wolf here. Good. Actually, I don't know if that was a good play there. A Shadow Bolt to the back. Misha is absolute right now.
The counter at the end of the spacebar.
Outplaying left and right. Here comes a tree and
oh my goodness.
To the back. 3 for 3 there for Trapula, and we've seen Trapula play in prior tournaments as well, so you do have some incredibly competitive players out here right now for the $200 Duos Cash Cup. It's never too late to join. Please, everyone, jump in. Let's get some new names and some more competition out here for the Cash Cup. You loved it.
Yeah, guys, again, it is, like he says, never too late to join. I wonder if he's going to check this. It's one of those things that you don't necessarily check as you run by, but those gold chests really can give you a boon. They can contain like up to 60 copper, some whetstones, which will save you a lot on making them. There's a lot of a lot of goodies in those gold chests. But Trapula, not seeing it, actually taking off his mace, I think, to go lower item level there, maybe look a little less intimidating, less enticing in case he gets caught alone. But as you mentioned, you can jump into the server, and what are we? We've been live for an hour 31. An hour of that has been gameplay. In an hour, players have managed to take out most of the T1 progression bosses, get themselves set up with a nice stack of loot, get a full castle set up, and basically set themselves up for success towards the future. You could come into a server, 2 o'clock in the morning, everybody's offline. Get yourself set up in an hour and a half, 2 hours without really any threat of PvP, and then the next time people get on the server, all of a sudden there's this new player there that nobody knows, and they're a threat.
Exactly, and we really wanted to counter that this time. We wanted players to have the opportunity on the weekends to get a good amount of playtime in to set themselves up, and remember, you don't have to play a tournament like this every day. You can easily play a couple hours here and there and make your way forward, and as long as you build that Eye of Twilight at some point, you're going to be able to watch for the souls. It's a 1-hour siege window, and a lot of players show up. We are going to get some highlights out from the last tournament. I've heard a couple people asking for it. So last night, during the $300 Cash Cup, we had multiple teams attempting to siege Ren and Kasabe because they had all 3 unique souls. There were 6 golems dropped in the final hour of the tournament, and so you just had PvP across the board. And because it was merciless, you had pieces of gear falling on the ground, inventories were filling up, and players that previously were unknown were suddenly level 70. And so you did have this crazy fight in the last hour of the siege, but Ren and Kasabe picking up all 3 souls and a $300 victory. And now we've got all of those players out here with new duos partners. So you've got dangerous teams, you've got horse lords, and all the PvP all the time.
Speaking of horse lords, Endo and Problem making their way out. It looks like they just cleaned out the copper mine, or they were looking for the player that did it, because the copper mine is completely cleared out. Whoever had all of that copper is looking pretty good right now. And we've seen multiple times players go in there, come out with 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 even copper. They go back to their base. They're completely all set. 8-Town isolated completely by himself, but look, he's doing pretty good for himself. He's got the double tannery set up. Surprised to only see 1 logging mill, but I guess if he's by himself, he really only needs the production from 1. Just getting the table set up here. We're going to see a lot of action happening very soon, guys. This is the lull. We went through this the last time, right? It's people picked off a couple of the bosses. They're on respawn right now. Everybody's just kind of in their bases crafting right now. This is the time. Fixie actually coming back here looking to potentially pick up Clive, who has respawned. Dr. Dexter coming in with the horse, so we're going to see another kill. Potentially. I mean,
Potentially. We've seen a lot of PvP across these later tier 1 progression bosses, so players are in the position to start to want Clive. And also, like we mentioned before, the siege window is coming in the next 8 hours. And it seems far away, but it's not. It takes a vast amount of time to get your castle fully into stone, and you have to kind of decide if that's worth your time or if it's worth progressing against bosses, getting into Iron and Hollowfang. And so we could definitely see players making small explosives in order to siege and zero out players. You build the castle heart key, and you place it in their castle heart, and they cease to exist, right? Their entire castle vanishes in a blink of an eye, and that's one less claim for the title of Dracula in Vardaron. So you're going to be wanting to zero players out here in a non-merciless environment. Killing them isn't enough anymore. You have to destroy their entire castle to force them out of the tournament.
Fixie going for some damage on the boss here. Unfortunately getting knocked off the horse there is Dr. Dexter. Horse taking a little bit of damage there. I don't know how I feel about this. Fixie was gatekeeping there. He's just kind of hanging out, but it seems that he's reasonably confident that nobody else is going to show up. But literally, as I say that, there's T-Gats getting ready, scouting it out.
Crossbow, and so what T-Gats is probably going to go gather, right? He sees Clive at 90, 95%, and he goes, I probably got a good 5 minutes here.
Yeah.
You know, why don't I go get something else done? Maybe check on Pelora the Feywalker, and then come back, pick up an easy Clive kill or a big gank.
Speaking
of course, the wonderful kills from Admiral and Mulk. Once again, just fantastic play for them. Not only gatekeeping, but eliminating the entire team. And remember, guys, you have this server has a 1.5x respawn timer on PvP. So the first time you die, there's a 45-second respawn timer. And if you die within the next 5 minutes when you have that vampire battle debuff on, you're going to a 2.5-minute respawn cooldown. That is a long time to be sitting out of a fight and not progressing. So you really have to decide if it's worth it to keep pressuring these fights, and we have a 33% durability loss on death. So you can only take about 3 deaths, and of course PvE monsters will also be affecting the durability. And so we're going to see a lot of players being careful, even though it's a non-merciless environment.
And again, like you mentioned, that castle siege is going to be a pretty big part of things. Being able to break down those wooden castles very easily with small explosives and actually completely destroying a player's progress is a big deal, especially if you know the location of some of the more powerful players' castles. They're going to be thinking about reinforcing their choke points with those stone walls as soon as possible. Now, getting a couple stone walls up isn't really a big investment. It doesn't take a lot of time. A couple hundred stone will get you your sort of airlock set up where you don't really have to worry about the small explosives being a huge factor. It's too much investment to break through those stone walls with small explosives early on. But these players that don't have the time or are potentially just rushing and don't care so much about defending their base may find an unpleasant surprise waiting for them when they leave their base and come back one of these times. Clive getting relatively low here. We did see Fixie kind of hanging out and gatekeeping, but then helping out. Now T-Gats is walking his way in. T-Gats is doing this thing where he's showing himself as a really low item level. I get why he's doing it, but it could be really dangerous because if he gets hit while he's not wearing the gear. Speaking of which, there's Dexter. Okay, Dexter leaving him alone because he's such a low item level. I gotta feel like he's like, this guy's only 9. Yeah, whatever. He's what, he got like 2 wood on him. Maybe he died or he just joined. This is kind of sneaky from T-Gats. I like this.
This is a new rat strat that I haven't personally seen yet. I'm just a lowbie. Don't worry. But as soon as Clive gets lower, he's probably going to be coming in and ganking one of these players, if not both, if he can help it. So we talk about this every single tournament and in all of our videos. You absolutely need to keep your health above 85% at all times. That way you can keep your health pool toward max. You can salve before you dive into some PvP. Here comes T-Gats. He's trying to pop off. Maybe he wants to knock that player off his horse, right? He knows he's doing circles. And so he just has to put an arrow in that direction. But this would be a great time for Fixie to push here. With the the crossbow out, it's going to be hard for him to punish Fixie if he pushes. And here comes Dex with the gatekeep, just kind of slashing in that direction. Big incapacitate there, though, is going to bring Fixie down. Let's see what T-Gats has. He's just scooping up the loot.
I love the way T-Gats is playing this, right? Because he could have stolen that horse, and that would have been really bad for them. But T-Gats instead he's like, I'm not a threat, don't worry about me. He's really playing the rat strategy really well. I like this a lot. T-Gats has got the big 200 IQ plays right now. As soon as Clive gets low, you know he's going to swap through his gear and jump in there, though. And if he sees one of these players getting low, he might just take the kill. But it's a balancing act, right? Because although the respawn timer is pretty long, if the other player just waits it out, or even maybe goes for a reset, it could just be a waste of time for everybody involved. So I think there's a tightrope act that T-Gats is playing here, and he's got to play it very carefully or he's going to fall off.
Please, everyone, type in ! Shadow of Dracula inside the chat. Stunlock Studios has provided us with DLC codes that we will be giving away throughout the lifespan of this stream, and we love to be here. So thank you all for tuning in and supporting the competitive community. Join the Discord at discord.gg/eclipsegaming for the full rules and chaotic breakdown. This is 150% D-Blood boss health and damage, and 120% monster and unit health and damage. So Varderon has never seen such a powerful display of monsters and humans and holy men fighting off the vampire menace. These players are getting so good. We have to gatekeep them by making it hard and doing new and interesting modifiers every single week. If you want to donate, please donate to the tournament. It is a non-profit. All prizes and all donations will go directly into the server upkeep and to increase the prize pools. Last week we had a $300 duos tournament. This week is a $200 cash cup. So thank you all for tuning in. Every Saturday we've got the wipe hype and some beautiful plays coming out from these amazing players from around the world.
Taking a look real quick at the copper mine, we see some ads that are getting aggroed there, potentially chasing a player inside. So we're probably going to see somebody looking to clean up the mines. A-Town going back here for that hiding spot. Wait, what do we got here? A book? That could be big. I didn't get a chance to see what that was, but if that's Merciless anything.
I like that he spacebarred directly back to it. He said, oh wait, something shiny. F-Bear still safe, one of the only T1 bosses to not be getting killed right now. I'm sure Pelora is still up as well, but who knows? I think in a duo setting, Pelora is actually a big kill, right? The illusionary spacebar dash.
And the wolf.
And the snare wolf. The wolf bounces between targets, and it bounces off of PvE monsters, so you can easily catch players off guard, and that's, I believe, a 5-second fading snare, so it's just a really great way to stop players from running. Honestly, I want to see a play here similar to Admiral and Mulk from Fixie and Dr. Dexter. They need to be gatekeeping. Clive is at 10%. They need to secure a kill on this other player and not let him have this. Look at how long the Clive fight takes. This is becoming a 10-minute battle. They're risking everything, and both of them have not low, but they're fairly low health. You could see a 2 versus 1 here from a really good player, especially if that player has Frostbat.
Now you notice they don't have Chaos Bolts. So having Chaos Volley and a crossbow makes this fight 1,000 times easier, but they've been forced to Force Lord around to get the damage onto the boss. So
they're both going to drink it. This is not a gatekeep.
T-Gat's coming in!
There's 3 teams here. Another player on a horse.
No way! Maybell's going to get it too!
He's got it! He's got it! No gatekeeping. Let's see.
They're going to go for T-Gats now!
Shadow Bolt on T-Gats' back. He's going to chase him down on the horse. A huge hit there. I think we could see T-Gats getting killed. His inventory is probably stacked. Look, he's yelling out in voice chat, I've got nothing. I'm just a low level, please.
Dr. Dexter.
That should have been it. That would have been the very last hit there. Let's see what happens. Dexter getting smoked off the horse. T-Gats won.
I cannot believe T-Gats is getting away here.
T-Gats on the run.
You know what?
Out.
You know what that is? That's an act of kindness that's going to come back to bite him in the ass. Because you know what? I've done the same thing in games like this where I just see somebody like, I don't need to kill that guy. I'll just let him go. It's whatever. And then later on, that guy's rolling around. He's all juiced out. He's got every like high tier weapon and gear under the sun. I'm like, maybe I shouldn't be nice to people. Maybe I should just kill him on sight.
Over some of these teams, we've seen a lot of these players already out in the world. You've got Fixie and Dr. Dexter under the name
Nikolaus kill. Sorry, I got really excited.
Here.
Yeah, I got really excited that they're here.
It would be big. Now, you know Nikolaus takes about 10 minutes with normal health, so I just did it in my world record speedrun to Iron. Nikolaus took me about I don't know, I want to say 10 minutes, and I played it fairly well.
He's
And that was
tough.
fully geared. He is a very tough fight, and the sheer amount of skeletons he spawns is immense. So you do see these players with copper swords, and we saw them use that last tournament.
Okay,
The
I think they're
copper
just here for
swords
grave
are
dust.
uncounterable with the Q spin. So you can actually do a lot of stuff by mixing up your copper weapons and keeping it light, right? 2 whirlwinds would be huge on a countering player. It's probably going to chop them up. But going back to the teams, Fixie and Dr. Dexter are our GW2 duo. And then we've got Jasek and Skeletor as Vampire Redemption, Admiral and Mulk as Finstack. And then you've got some other teams. We saw some players in chat earlier, like Problem talking about White Pipe, Problem and Endo under team whatever. And then you've got Desmorts, James B as Calamity, and Darkness and Rat King as Konosuba. So good luck to these players and all these teams. We've got some high stakes tournament and a big amount of money. You've got players horse lording here, trying to pick up an inventory kill. Here comes his partner. This is looking horrible for that dope.
Yeah, Rabbi is kind of running away here with 2 players on his back, and this is one of those situations where you have to be very familiar with your environment if you're hoping to escape here. But with somebody chasing you down with a horse, how do you even manage? We see the voice comms coming out.
Going to voice out. No, please. I haven't made my base yet. That's probably a huge pickup for Dexter. Let's see if he picks up the inventory, if he can get all of it. So he did scoop it up. We don't know what was in that bag, but I'm sure it was good.
Dexter went up 2 item level, I think, right there, unless I'm just imagining things. But he went up, I want to say 2, probably from an accessory or something, potentially a piece of gear upgrade. But you look how quickly they managed to scoop that kill up. Very efficient. You know, one person chasing down on the horse makes it really difficult to escape. We have seen players get away sometimes, and the length of time of the chase really starts to determine whether or not a player is going to survive. If you have to spend so much time chasing a player and you get to consider whether or not it's worth it, whether you might run into other players, whether you might run into their teammate, whether they could get away and just give you the slip. Being familiar with the map really has its advantages if you're a player trying to escape a gank.
Definitely, and as we mentioned last tournament, and we talk about this a lot, the sheer power of Chaos Volley and Horse Lording are both counterable. They're not as strong as we used to think, but they are still definitely up in the S tier of things to use and look out for. But if you knock a player off of a horse, that is the time to push them or get away. They are snared coming off the horse, and they cannot use their spacebar for, I think, 7 seconds, which is a very, maybe it's 5 seconds, but it's a very long time to not have access to your movement abilities. So especially if you have the Clive chaotic double dash, right? You knock them off the horse, you double dash, and now you're very far away. You need to be turning into a wolf and escaping. And like we always mention, an escape in a PvP fight is always a win, especially if your inventory is stacked.
Look
so
at
sometimes
Aura.
it's better to reset or escape.
Look at Aura going so clean on this fight with F-Bear right now. Aura has done this a number of times. We've seen this player, and again, like you mentioned, this is one of our tournament winners, correct?
Yeah, Aura has won a tournament before. I believe Aura won the solos, the first ever solos cash cup, if I'm not mistaken.
So definitely familiar with this, and you gotta imagine these players are practicing the strategies in between each tournament. As long as they've got their soul shards contained, and they're not too worried about that anything happening outside of that siege window, they could just kind of go to town with practice. And you know, like you mentioned, you got that world record speed run up on your channel. I'm sure players are taking a look at some of those strategies, thinking about new and inventive ways to get through this content as quickly as possible. Early on in the stream, I saw some players talking about how crazy some of the strats have gotten, how quickly people are able to get up to like item level 40, 50. I mean, look, we're only an hour and some change of the tournament, like an hour and a half into the tournament. We're already approaching, you know, getting to Quincy, and then Quincy goes down, it's T2, and the floodgates open, and it's Iron very quickly after that.
Yep, but like we mentioned before, we are slowing the players down because these bosses are so much harder and they take a lot more time. It's going to give you the opportunity to be ganked or for PvP fights to happen, and definitely, like we just saw with Clive, a lot of players are choosing not to PvP or fight the boss. They're just going to wait for another team to finish it and then kind of do a little rat strat and suck the neck of that boss. Here is F-Bear, and we do have a no-hit F-Bear in my world record run to Iron, so I posted that in the chat. Take a look if you feel like it. Always looking for constructive criticism and compliments in YouTube comments, Twitch chat, and the Discord. Please, guys, we have a tournament feedback channel, and I see a lot of you are asking about an EU tournament. We would absolutely host an EU tournament if you donate to the link please type in your donation a description of what you're looking for, right? If we get even $50, we will do an EU, solos, duos, cash cup. We could run one-day tournaments. The sky is really the limit here. And as the donators, it's up to you to decide where this money should go and what it's for. This is non-profit. I promise all of the money is going back into the pockets of the players, because we're just not interested in that. We're trying to boost the community up and keep this going. And like we mentioned earlier, Stunlock Studios is watching these tournaments. So we want to see a Twitch scene build. We want to see a Twitch Rivals tournament in the future. Isn't that right, Odin?
Look at this movement. This is what we want to watch these tournaments for. Aura is keeping this so clean. Ferocious Bear down to 30%. I mean, these players are keeping the tournament scene alive. Wait, we have another player showing up. This is Ren, his teammate. They're going to get a 2v1 on F-Bear. Look at Ren at level 27. It looks like instead Aura is going to go ahead and back out to gatekeep as he lets his more powerful teammate. And yeah, we want to watch more of these tournaments. We want to come up with new and interesting ways to host these tournaments. We'd love to cover different regions. As we get more feedback into the hands of SLS, we get more ideas out there. We have more potential to run quicker tournaments, maybe even longer ones. I know that this week-long tournament format can be a bit difficult to follow for some players. It can be difficult for some people to participate in, but we like to offer a variety of content. We'd love to be able to have these week-long tournaments. We'd love to be able to set up a format that's more, 4-hour window friendly. Maybe we can get something working where we can run a 4-hour broadcast on a Saturday afternoon, and that's the whole tournament, so we can get a conclusion to things. Perhaps, like a first kill to a certain boss, that kind of thing. Maybe Clive, we saw, or not Clive, Quincy. We saw Quincy take nearly 3 hours to die on the previous run of the server, and I have a feeling this one's going to take even longer given how much more difficult the bosses are.
Yeah, it's interesting. Last time we had the V-Blood bosses pumped up to 120%, and like you mentioned, our first Quincy kill was about 3 hours into the tournament, and that was on a hardcore full loot setting. So players were getting zeroed out, and we still had so many teams showing up. So now that it's not full loot, we could see even more players pressuring, ratting, and just hanging out, right? If you even get one Shadow Bolt or one Chaos Volley in your back while you're fighting Quincy, you now have the damage over time. Maybe you get stunned by a Frostbat, and Quincy at 150% damage is going to be crushing skulls and stealing souls today.
I gotta say, Ren being at 27 is really big though, because once they kill F-Bear, if they can find themselves some copper, if they can get lucky with some Merciless gear, they might be able to get themselves over 30. And there's no telling where these teams could potentially be in relation to the previous server, because like you mentioned, this is not Merciless, so they're not losing their gear. So the progression's a little faster on that end, but again, it's offset by how much more difficult the bosses are. So it's possible that we'll see Quincy around the same time as we did on the previous server, just because of those factors. But I find it unlikely that players will be ready for him that early, unless we see teams like Aura here and maybe Admiral's team go uncontested up until Quincy gets opened.
Exactly, and as we mentioned before as well, we might see a lot of players choose to take their Merciless Copper and just go gather iron. Go get cotton and start gathering tier 2 materials rather than pressure Quincy, because you could easily lose an hour of tournament time if players are ratting or fighting you at Quincy. But you do have, as you mentioned, you have these players who are very, very high level, and so we don't know what they're going to want to do today. And we also don't know where players are at, right? We've seen some players spread out to tier 2 already, so is it going to be worth it for them to attempt an early Quincy kill? And if they see another team fighting Quincy, do they just wait, right? If you let the other team kill Quincy and you suck Quincy's neck, now you're into tier 2 iron and you've got the ultimate. That ultimate is so deadly early in the game. If you have it and they don't, you almost just guaranteed yourself a kill on them, right? Getting the Frostbat freeze on an enemy player into the Quincy ult is going to be a 2-second stun and probably the end of that player's life, especially in a duo setting.
I like Fixie now using the TCAT strat of going very low item level to stay under the radar. I'm wondering if we're going to see more players doing that, as they recognize that to be kind of a good way to cheese the perception of other players. Like, oh, this guy's only level 4, maybe he's just new. Unless they see the name right away and go, wait a minute.
Yep, and we talked about this for tournaments. Sometimes it's not always a good idea to take a fight. If you take a fight with a level 4 to 10, they get off a good counter, knock you off your horse, maybe a Shadow Bolt in your head for 30 damage, a good critical hit. Suddenly you're at 66% health, and even though you're 20 levels higher, it's just not looking that good for you.
T-Gats is looking pretty strong right now too, and we see him up in Dunley Farms, maybe going to collect some of that iron and cotton like you mentioned. Doesn't have any garlic debuff just yet, so okay, he finds himself a horse. Maybe that's why he was here. But he is heading deeper into the farms potentially. Let's follow him real quick just to see where he's heading. Oh no!
Oh, big hit in his back. This is look how much damage
he's gotta leave that.
These monsters are doing. This is 120% monster damage. I don't think you go for the horse here. I think
you gotta leave it.
He's taking a ton of damage. Look at all those arrows. Oh, unreal. That horse, he's done. He's done. He says, nope, I can't do this. Now there's fire on the ground and a shield brute. This could be the end of his life.
Actually, the horse is running the perfect direction for him. All he needs to do is lure these mobs away. And look at him. They're slapping the horse to him. Does he turn around and go for the horse?
I think he gave up. He said, you know what? I'm already in Farbane. I'm just going to wolf form home.
He's like, all right, you know.
It's too much for me. This is what you talked about, right? If you don't get the horse,
found
these
another
monsters on the bridge are very deadly.
Oh yeah, the one wrong move could get you killed. He's actually very lucky he didn't get hit with more there. That firebomb does close to 50 damage when you're in the correct gear. Never mind when you're under geared right here. This is not the best situation to be in, but he does find himself another horse near the exit, and he's going to make his way back to the Farbane Woods. Safe and sound after a sticky situation. Hop back over to see what Fixie is doing here. Just hunting some mobs. I don't know what's going on here. We got a little 1v1s
as well, and maybe Coppermine. I think a lot of players should be gathering in Coppermine. F-Bear dead, of course, from one of our top teams. Let's see. These monsters are pulled on something. So you do have players in Coppermine, but there's a lot of copper currently available.
Yeah, the copper mine is actually full, which is unusual. You don't see that very often. And this horse has been here for quite a while. I don't actually know that many players have come through here, or if they did, they just made a beeline straight through. Now, we've talked about this in previous tournament. These materials, all of these breakables, have a lot of resources in them. You don't think about it too much, but the thing is they have a respawn timer, so there's actually a different respawn timer from when the crate or box comes back to when the items in it come back. So the items will respawn just a short time after the barrels come back, but if you break the barrels right after they respawn, sometimes they don't contain items. But if you come through here to clean up all this, get these carts, which can sometimes drop copper and whetstones, get all these, get the chests, then go into the copper mines, you could make out with so many resources while nobody else is here. I'm really surprised that we're not seeing any teams here.
Yeah, let's definitely check Quincy. I don't think anyone has a Quincy kill. Looks like both gates are shut as well. And let's go ahead and then dive over instead to, I was going to say Clive, beautiful pickup there, Odin. So we do have more players, right? And so even though we're not seeing a ton of PvP at these bosses, it just shows you how careful these players are becoming, right? They don't want to get their inventories wiped out, and they don't want the long respawns. So this is Jacek and Desmors, the team we talked about earlier. They're going to have one player fighting the boss, and the other player either horse lording or gatekeeping.
Yeah, this is big for them if they can get this pickup. They are a bit behind the curve at the moment, but again, until Clive dies, or until Quincy dies, being a bit behind the curve doesn't really matter that much, because unless teams like Admiral and Mulk or Aura are going up to, you know, the Haunted Iron Mine to look for free pickups, or are looking for Cotton this early on and then getting the Bandit King kill, then they're not really going to be that far ahead. Like you mentioned, they really need to get that buffer of resources before the king goes down if they want it to actually matter, if they want this time to mean something. But otherwise, teams like this could catch up very easily.
And after this Clive kill, we are going to be taking our first break. We're looking for more esports casters for events like this, tournament organizers, and admins. Please join the Discord at discord.gg/EclipseGaming. We're going to be playing during the break a commercial as well as the rule set for the duos tournament. So we're going to be popping off on that 3-minute YouTube video. It's going to go over all the rules and have access to all of that. And then when we get back from the break, we will be giving away the first DLC. So thank you all for entering. We have over 50 entrants. Please type !Shadow of Dracula in to enter for the giveaway. We've got plenty of DLCs to give away today. Sunlock Studios, the CEO, and so many employees are coming in. They're looking at our feedback and they're using that to form their own tournaments. Hopefully in the future, right? We want to see them communicating with Twitch and joining this scene. And so there's just so much growth and possibilities here. Please, Shadow of Dracula for that giveaway.
Frederick here sneaking in, scouting things out. I like the fact that he's gone mostly unnoticed so far, it seems like. is maybe relay this information to his teammate. He's sitting in a pretty comfortable spot right now without having to worry too much. I don't think they can spot him up here. Meanwhile, he can keep eyes on this. They're relatively close in power, so they could take the fight if they want to, but it looks like right now he's just going to opt to hang out in the distance and wait for them to pick up the kill on the Clive. And as we've seen a million times, this fight takes so long that it is now morning again. Jason,
yeah, I think all three of our Clives have become daytime. And look, a horse about to die, so we've seen a lot of horse. He's noticing, and he's going to get on that horse, right? He's got to move it. You don't want to lose a horse here. You're going to lose about 5 or 10 minutes trying to get a new horse. And if a team shows up and they have their own horses, you know, they now have the advantage. They've got that the horse lord advantage going on. So you love that these players aren't taking these fights. So many people, like you mentioned, look, he's just checking. What's Clive at? He gets to skip so much time, and maybe he wants to go for a gank as well. He is level 24. This is Frederick. He's on an equal item level, so we have at least 5 to 10 teams right now that are in their mid-level 20s, and the majority of them do have Clive. So we're going to start to see the Chaos Double Dash coming out, Chaos Volleys, and Frostbats all across Farmane Woods.
Things are going to get really dangerous real soon if you're getting caught unawares. But look at this. Look how much damage that Jacek has taken.
As well. Yeah.
He can't recover that either unless he goes all the way out. And that's going to give an opportunity here for Frederick to come up and maybe take the 1v1 and get the kill.
If Frederick knocks him off here and snares him, he could pick up a kill, but he's just hanging out.
I like this.
So many teams. You know what? We've got both players now at half. This would be a big 1 versus 2 for Frederick. I would love to see that happen.
I think he cares more about the boss than potentially killing them.
Same. And if you chase those players and the boss resets, you're about 10 minutes away from that boss kill. So this is tournament level play. It's allowing other teams to kill the bosses for you. I don't know.
Look at the horse.
So low.
The horse dies. They
low.
lost the horse. This is why Clive is so dangerous. It's just chaos. And Demortis is going to have to dash all the way through using all the cooldowns. Frederick is honestly in a very powerful position right now. He could kill both of these players and take the Clive kill. Clive is low enough that he could potentially... I mean, he could conceivably kill Clive and the players before they have... Or kill the players and then kill Clive before their respawn timers are up. But Frederick is choosing peace instead of violence. They're looking to go for the shared kill. I like this play. This is smart.
He does have copper, so I want to see him fake peace and then come out and pick up. Oh, he's just taking arrows left and right. This is an arrow on Decimal Line as well. That's so close. Des is one shot. Let's go ahead and zoom in. There's Frederick.
He does. He picks the kill up.
Get up the gank.
Frederick playing it so close to the chest. Is this his teammate showing up?
Another wolf is coming in.
This is A-Town. We saw A-Town in here earlier too, but A-Town had to back off because the opponents were too powerful. But
oh, he's going for Frederick, but he sees the loot bag. Picking up the loot. He's got a
Frederick gets the kill.
There's at least 2 teams sucking on the neck.
Jacek is going to get it for his teammate.
Jacek definitely going to die here, though. There's no way he survives coming off of this.
Oh, yeah. Frederick just auto-dying immediately.
On the spot. We've got a Merciless copper weapon on the ground, and I don't think either player saw it. Everyone was so busy leaving. There's an entire inventory of loot on the ground and a Merciless copper spear. 2 loot bags. Where have all the players gone? Frederick might be looping back around. He's very low. He should reset here and heal, else he's leaving himself open to being ganked.
Yeah, he's considering his options at the moment. I think he spotted the TNT here, so if he can lure them over to it, this could be big.
Great call out there, Odin. He's picking up some loot, but the sun is going to be punishing him. Good counter. He's essentially one shot now. He wants the rest of the loot.
This is really greedy, but honestly, if he gets it all, it's completely worth it. I mean, he already came away with the most valuable prize here, which is that Clive kill. Everything else is gravy.
That was a good feed. When you feed on an enemy, it's going to give you an iframe. So he's going to not take any damage in that initial second of the feed. Beautiful counters here. He wants, you know what I think he wants is sulfur, right? So sulfur mine is going to drop already refined sulfur, so it's going to save you a lot of time when you're going for your tier 2 iron, right? The smithy takes, I think, 15 sulfur, and so you want to get that sulfur knocked out early to pressure into tier 2 iron. Frederick putting in work, but this is the end for us. Let's jump over to F-Bear really fast and Coppermine. Just take a peek at the world of Arteron here, and then we'll be going on our first break.
I'm going to jump over here real quick just to spot out to see if anybody is trying to farm some more of that grave dust. Nothing at Nicholas. Yeah, the War of the Damned, but also you mentioned before Pelora. There's a combo that I see that I've used that I haven't seen a lot of people use that is extremely deadly, which is the Crepify from Nikolaos, the triple bolts in
Oh, that's
combination
right.
with Pelora's Wolf, adding the debuffs actually stack, so a weaken and what's
And a
the
fading snare.
what's the there's weaken and amplify. So you take
Oh, that's right.
25% more damage and you receive 25% more damage, you deal 25% more less damage. Wow, I'm tripping over my words there, but basically
Yeah, no,
it's
I'm
just a
with you.
25% debuff with the snare really leaves you as a sitting duck for weapon skills. So early on, when you need your skills to be dealing the brunt of your damage, it's not quite as strong. But later on, when you have those merciless copper weapons, or even once you get to iron and you have all three skills unlocked, they can be really dangerous in combination because those two hit you. All of a sudden, you're 25% weaker across the board. You just take a big combo and it could be instant death.
Additionally, like the spell that you're talking about, it's also going to have 2 stacks. You essentially got 6 bolts of that to send out, and I think that
Exactly.
catches a lot of players off guard. We don't see very many people using that ability in PvP, but it is a wonderful ability. It also has a knockback on it,
Yep.
so it's it's got a lot of utility, especially in a duos environment. I don't think you would see that very much in solos, but as you start to add more players, right, the more area of effect you have, the more likely you are to disrupt and impact the enemy team. So again, the Fading Wolf Snare, the spell that you mentioned that's going to amplify damage taken and weaken them and knockback. So there's just a lot of great utility here from Nikolaos, and it's going to be a while before we see a player kill Nikolaos. And since Quincy is closed, guys, we are going to head into the first break. So please, here comes a commercial. Thank you all for tuning in. We love the follows, the likes, the love, and the feedback. And thank you to all the subscribers today. You guys are really building up my community. And please, at the end of the stream, we're going to be hosting Odin. Give Odin some likes and love as well. He's coming out here every Saturday, bringing the energy. He is a professional esports caster and friend. So we'll see you guys at the edge of this break.
All right, we're going to go to a break, guys. See you soon.
What's going on, vampires? Welcome to another V Rising tournament. This is for June the 11th, 10 a.m. PST, 1 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be hanging out and diving into a $200 non-merciless Duos Cash Cup. This is going to be another 7-day tournament with the server open at specific times, and we're going to have a chaotic rule set coming out. As we saw in the last Duos tournament, we had the V Blood bosses. I'm talking Quincy, Octavian, Solaris, and all the rest pumped up to 120% health and damage. We had some incredible fights all the way across the board at Quincy for hours, and tons of rat strats, plays, and counter plays at Octavian. This time we're pumping it up even more. You're gonna have to bring your A game. The competition is heating up because V Blood bosses are going to have 150% health and damage. They're more lethal than ever. And all units and monsters in the game will have 120% health and damage. So the player versus environment aspect is getting dangerous, it's getting complicated, and we're seeing all these new strategies come out in the tournament format. We do have a 1-hour siege window every single day of the tournament, and whatever teams have the unique souls at the end of the Friday night siege window will be coming up and into the $200 cash prize. The Soul of Solaris is worth $100 on Friday night, and both the Wings and Behemoth will be worth $50 each as well. Now, for this Duos tournament, you are only allowed 1 castle per team, and the tile limits are going to be somewhere around 40 for Tier 1, 60 for Tier 2, 75 for Tier 3, and 100 for Tier 4. So we've got smaller castle sizes and only 1 castle per team, and we are always looking for more feedback inside the tournament. So please join the Discord at discord.gg/EclipseGaming for all of the unique rule set breakdowns and for the tournament chat. And we will be streaming live at twitch.tv/strangereligion. We're going to be getting the esports casters back into the mix and trying to rotate them out. And Stunlock Studios, who is once again partially sponsoring this tournament, has given us codes to give out live on stream. So we'll be giving away DLCs throughout Saturday's stream. Can't wait to see you all there, and we're looking forward to it. This is a June 11th, $200 Duos Cash Cup. I'll see you there. Did you run the Duos YouTube thing? All right. Yeah, we can do the giveaway right when we get back. Actually, I have to go to the bathroom for a spirit back.
Alrighty, guys. When Strange gets back, we are going to go ahead and run the giveaway for that DLC code. If you haven't already entered, make sure you type in exclamation Shadow of Dracula. It is case sensitive, so make sure you type it. I think it's case sensitive. I could be wrong about that. The command shows it as capitals, so make sure you type it in all capital S, capital O, capital D if you want to enter the giveaway. I think we have multiple codes to give away, if I'm not mistaken. Don't quote me on that. I might be wrong. It looks like we'll probably be doing more than one.
Absolutely. We're going to be doing one giveaway every break today, guys, and we're keeping the energy up and we're diving in. We are now, what time is it? We're an hour and a half into the tournament and you have no Quincy kills. So when you compare that against the current world record speedrun of Quincy, any percent, I think they got Quincy down on Reddit in about 24 minutes and 18 seconds or some change. Maybe it was 26:18, but either way, you're getting Quincy dead in the first 30 minutes, but everything changes. Not only on a PvP server, but 100% in a cash cup environment. No one wants to let you get Quincy. You've got the gatekeepers, you've got the rat traps now placed next to Quincy, and you could have a rat trap on either side. And we've seen a lot of players fighting, right? As you're coming up the ramp to go toward Quincy, you've got a lot of players who jump off that other ledge or try to use it to heal. We saw that a lot last time in the other duos tournament. So here comes the first giveaway. Thank you all for joining. That is Shadow of Dracula in the chat. We're going to be shutting this giveaway down, but stay tuned because Stunlock Studio has given us several codes and we will be giving out more DLCs throughout the day. Here comes the first giveaway. We've got 69 unique entries. Here we go. I'm going to go ahead and draw the first one. Oh, excuse me, we have 79 unique entries. So the first winner of our DLC today is going to be Just Vrax. Thank you, Just Vrax, for winning. That is the end of this giveaway, and I will be opening the next one here in just a second, and we'll be announcing that one in the chat. So you have another chance to win, and I don't know, what do you think, Odin? Is it possible for a player to win twice, especially in a duos environment? Maybe they win twice and give their teammate a DLC code as well.
Hey, giveaway is a giveaway. Personally, I think if you enter it twice and you win twice, you probably deserve to win twice because you're like the luckiest human being there is.
There you have it. We're going to go with that. So if you win, you are going to be very lucky. And so coming up here, we now have another giveaway. This one is going to be Cash Cup DLC. Punch that in the chat. I believe it's case sensitive as well. So sorry, I'm choosing things that I capitalize, but you guys can read and figure it out. So Cash Cup giveaway will be the second giveaway there. And here we go. We're diving back into the tournament now. Thank you for staying with us during the break. I actually decided not to play an ad because it actually manually does it by itself, which I didn't know. We're getting used to Twitch, so thank you for all the Twitch partners that are coming in chat and hanging out, and all of you for subbing and just hanging out with the community. Thank you guys. We're growing every single tournament, and we're looking forward to the next Cash Cup as well as pursuing this one as well. We've got a player here, Fixie, as we've seen with his teammate Dr. Dexter. They are putting in work. They've got Clive down. They're going for F-Bear so they can dive into Quincy without having to use explosives. F-Bear has become the new meta for attempting Quincy because there's no reason to make an explosive that you could use during the siege later and waste it, especially because a lot of times, like we saw last tournament, those gates closed. There was so much PvP that the gates were constantly closing, and so you have to be able to turn into F-Bear, right, your bear form vampire power, in order to smash your way through that gate and save yourself some explosives.
Yeah, and one other thing to mention is that F-Bear also gives you increased resistances to everything across the board. Where that comes in really handy is early game when you're dealing with the Dunley Farmstead and you're worried about garlic. Stacking a garlic potion with F-Bear form will actually greatly reduce the time it takes to wear off those garlic stacks. And the garlic stacks are basically unavoidable if you want to collect that early cotton. Cotton is the big gatekeeper towards your basically T2 iron gear. You need that if you want to make your increased armor and go along with your iron weapons. So having F-Bear is definitely useful for the early game. It's got some applications for late game. It gives you some resistances too. If you can get into, believe it or not, if you can get into bear form when you're being attacked by multiple players, it does give you a speed increase, and you don't get removed from bear form from taking damage. So you can run away from players with a minor speed increase with some defense while in bear form and potentially lead them to your teammate. We haven't seen anybody take advantage of that yet because there is still that transformation window, and you can definitely get jumped on while you're doing that. But it certainly has multiple applications outside of just the Quincy, and I'm curious to see what teams will really put it to its full potential. Guys, if you haven't already, make sure you type in the command Cash Cup DLC. It is case sensitive. Make sure you type it as it appears on the screen if you want to enter the giveaway for another copy of the Dracula DLC. We did already have one of our winners. Train just going to go ahead and get a message to them. Make sure that they can claim their prize.
Yes, thank you, Just VRax, for whispering us. We will get you the DLC absolutely today. We also have to pay out the $300 Cash Cup victory last night to Ren and Kasabe, so we're gathering their PayPal, and all of this is going to the donation PayPal, right? So if you guys provide some donos to that nonprofit, and then it's going to build the prize pool, and then we use that link to pay the winners, so it's all going back out into the community. Thank you all for tuning in and joining us here. This is a $200 Duos Cash Cup Esports tournament, sponsored in part by Stunlock Studios. Here is Keely at Trapula once again coming back out in the mix.
What is it? What is
like 2, 3, maybe even 4 teams here?
Wow, I'm really surprised to see teams this high power level here at Keely so late. They're probably being bottlenecked by their ability to make the leather, and J6's team was unfortunately not able to secure Clive, if I remember correctly. They were gate kept off of that, so...
Yeah, I believe they were full ganked there. That was a double duo loss.
They are kind of they're kind of reeling right now. They're looking for any way to move forward, and Trapula has been gatekeeping people himself. If you notice, Trapula has been around for several of these Keely kills and has picked off players multiple times. He's got to be careful though, because he's by himself right now, as far as we can tell, and we see a full team here. So this could potentially go wrong for him if he's not careful. We'll check in real quick again with F-Bear just to see what kind of progress Fixie was making there, but it looks like Fixie's going to go for the reset again.
No, that's a death. Go over to where the horse was.
Again.
On the ground. Ferocious Bear.
This is the third kill.
50% damage is going to be popping off, especially when it enrages.
Strange, this is the third kill.
And enrages. F-Bear picking up as many kills as Lydia, if not more.
Yeah, when we walked over there, we saw Fixie picking up his loot from his previous attempts. He wasn't able to finish it, and I think Fixie, fortunately, doesn't have the experience of running the Horse Lord onto the bear and is having some difficulty getting that clear there.
But we have 4 or 5 teams here. They're using voice comms to try to make, you know, don't kill me, and you have players sending shadow bolts and chaos volleys. Let's really pay attention to this player to the top left. We've seen them hit multiple players right there. It was well connecting with J6. So this player on the top left of the screen is not wanting anything to happen. They want to kill everybody, and you just have so many players who want the boss kills, right? There's absolutely no teaming allowed, but you see a lot of players who just choose targets to kill, you know, higher level targets. Maybe they wait for the boss to die before they engage. So again, if you guys have actual evidence of teaming, please, it needs to come to Discord in the player reports channel. The admin team will review that, and teaming is absolutely a no warning bannable offense. We've got 5 admins. We will review the footage and make an executive decision.
Keep in mind, it is also a single heart. Unfortunately, there is no way for us to enforce that in-game just yet. But if you built a second castle heart, that is also a disqualification. So make sure that you're adhering to the rules, because we will be investigating that and taking any reports from players seriously. We want to make sure that we keep this a clean competition, all in good spirit. We've seen a lot of great fights, a lot of really good strategies. We'd hate to have that undermined by people not following the rules. Fortunately, in the future, I'm sure we will have more control over these things to make sure that there is no way to circumvent. Unfortunately, teaming is just one of those things that has to go on a review by review basis. It's been that way since the dawn of time with these, I guess this is the closest thing you call this is a battle royale. But we will be looking into it. We will be reviewing footage, so please keep it honest, guys.
We are going to see some players dying here. Trapula at 20, Mufo at 5.
Keely is going to go down.
Actually picking up a kill here. They managed to get Keely in the back, so Fixie doesn't quite make the loop.
He's looking for the kills.
I don't think he gets it.
No, he's looking for the kills. Look at him.
He picks one up. That was that J6?
He did, yeah. He got 1 kill. Is this going to be a revenge?
Pixie is just popping off right now after getting wiped out at Clive. He's got, he wants to take revenge.
No, Jacek is still alive.
So a random player is dead. This could turn into a 2 versus 1. I think we're going to see Pixie leave here.
Yeah.
Or at least go away to heal. There comes the heal.
Smart. I like this. He could potentially take the 2v1. It's not impossible, but it is very difficult in this game, especially against competent players that are at this level in the tournament. You got to be really careful here.
And I see all your whispers and Discord messages. I know that the server is full. This is a public drop-in, drop-out tournament, so you will have to wait for a server slot to open. I know if you don't have a duo or your partners in there, they need to farm and build up a base and make you your second set, so when you actually join the tournament, you are ready to go. As we mentioned earlier, last week in the $300 Duos Cash Cup, the winning team joined 6 hours late and still picked up a victory. So it's never too late to join and compete.
Yeah, and keep in mind, guys, we will be running potentially some invite-only server events in the future that will be password restricted. I saw some people saying that the password was shown on stream in the screen, but that's because, like Strange mentioned, this is an open tournament. We did allow some players to get not a head start, but create their characters ahead of time to ensure that they would be on the server because they were our previous server's winners or top participants. There will be potentially in the future ways for us to actually control the launch of this so that we can make sure that people get reserved slots, something that we're going to be asking SLS about to make sure that we can get this tournament bracket running as smoothly as possible. There's a lot of work to be done, but fortunately it's all very actionable. It's all things that we can definitely communicate to the developers and ask them to get in the game. And look at this. Is this forge flooring? No, that's just castle floor, right? Yeah. Oh, alchemy flooring.
That was a big pickup, especially with the blood press this early, right? You're going to have players who are going for greater blood essence because they're going to need that for the higher item level jewelry as well as the top tier, items in the game. So this is a really good looking castle. Is this Admiral and Mokmok? They also have a garden. I don't know if you caught that, but they had a garden already up and running. So you have these players who are preparing for endgame. Now on this server, you only have 1 servant for tier 1. Progressing across the tiers until you have 4 servants in tier 4 with a maximum castle size of 100 tiles. So you've got players making gardens, they're building the servants and starting the servant cycle early in order to maximize how long that, you don't have to grind as much if your servants are out gathering for you.
As we just came over, sorry to cut you off, Strange, but as we just came over, we actually just saw Aura's team pick up a kill and wipe out another team. It was purple. I don't remember who that was. Like I said before, the colors change. Another identifier that we'd like to change in the future is to have some way to identify the teams, have like maybe the clan names displaying on the fly so that we can more easily call these things out. But they are going to pick up a team, and like we mentioned before, because they were so solid, because they had such a good start, look, they're already in the 30s. They can go kill Quincy. They have F-Bear. They could be the first team to take it out, and if they do, they will be way ahead of everybody else because, like I mentioned before, the last Quincy kill happened 3 hours in. So if they get it started now and they can get ahead of players, they will be so far ahead.
Yeah, it's interesting to talk about these differing strategies that we're seeing evolve. I think we will see probably some of these players also choosing to go for other tier 1 bosses, right? We know Quincy is going to be hotly contested. Oh, we have a Clive kill. This is going to be a big fight. It looks like multiple players here over at Clive. This is level 14, trying to solo Clive. This is about to be the end. This player is going into his grave.
Endo's about to meet his end. This is not going to be good for him. As soon as Ren comes in, that hit. Look at that
was 20%. Good attempt at Frostbat. That's going to miss. We need a counter. Endo is just getting caught in a corner here. Frostbatted once. The Horse Lord on his back.
So unfortunate. Oh my goodness.
The power of these early leaders is growing.
Obliterated him. I mean, that wasn't even... That was hard to look at. We would have to put a content warning on YouTube for the highlight for that kill. Jesus.
Mature content only. Players are getting killed and their blood drank left and right. Their inventories are being emptied. Now, you do have these players. They're heading up toward level 33, right? I think that's about the maximum for Merciless Night Stalker and a Merciless Copper weapons. They're progressing to the edge of tier 1 and preparing. Here's another fight as well.
That was so sneaky. One brain cell tried to use the counter to knock him off the horse and then immediately steal it, but Aura answered back instantly with the Chaos Volley and the Frost Bats, going in with the hammer skill with Q trying to connect to stop him and slow him down.
I think brain cell realizes that there's 2 players here, so he's facing off what looks like 1 versus 2 against tournament champions.
Oh,
he's taking
no.
Chaos Volleys to the head. He's at 10%. That's looking so bad for him.
If he stays, this is ultra greed.
He needs a reset. Absolutely. You've got the other player in wolf form searching for him.
Oh,
Here comes
Problem
another
shows
team.
up.
It's Problem. Picking up a big hit on Red. He walked into the
Oh,
live.
Problem just lost half. Look at Probably just lost half his health instantly.
Dodging Aura and Ren refocusing. Problem is trying to use his Q and his spacebar to get away. He needs to turn into a wolf. Can he get out? Nice use of the environment. He's going to take off. He needs a reset.
Very unlucky losing his horse there. He did not realize what he was running into. It can be hard to react because the horse is very linear movement. It's difficult to steer away from something on the, turn on a dime and get out of the way. He runs straight into a bunch of explosives. If anything, he's just lucky he got out of there with his life. That could have been the end for him. But we see
that a lot at Octavian as well. When you try to gank a team at Octavian, especially if you're lower item level, as soon as Octavian spins and he sends out, those blades of death, the gank is hard to secure because you're laser focused on the gank, and suddenly you're getting cut in half by Octavian, and he does immense damage.
Yeah, and the kill has slowed down significantly here on Clive. They were burning him really quickly, but now they had to walk around, clear out some ads, and now Aura is going to be forced to gatekeep as he knows there's a few players that are kind of looking
Jumping off
for blood.
the horse, missing the iframe, right? He jumps off the horse and takes an arrow to about 20% damage, a good initial frostbat. But as we know, Frostbat is not enough damage to knock someone off the horse. There's a damage threshold there, so you got to either freeze them or hit them with another ability. Obviously, Chaos Volley is the choice for knocking players off the horse, but if they push Q and jump off, it's going to be a little bit of an iframe. So you've got players who are very smart on these horses, and we want to see Problem pressuring this. He's doing a great job of forcing them to lose time here. So we have the tournament champions who are getting 3rd, 4th, and 5th partied at Clive. It's going to just take way longer to get to Quincy. Let's go ahead and pop over to Quincy as well if we have 2 seconds maybe. And wait, we got a player on his back here. Aura really pressuring. He's really going for the gatekeep, so there is Problem and his teammate.
Now we know that
at least two players there.
We know that at least one team has it. Fixie may potentially have picked up the kill onto F-Bear at this point. Fixie is a little bit higher there. We see Dr. Dexter over here too, so it's potential that they did pick up that kill. F-Bear is still alive and the horses are still there, so it looks like they actually just decided to give up on it. But let's go ahead and we'll hop back over to Quincy and see what's going on over here, because there were 4, if I'm not mistaken, 4 teams fighting over this. And Aura,
one shot. Nice jump off the cliff there. Problem gonna pursue big hit on the horse.
This is big.
Again,
the next hit's gonna kill
gonna
him.
enough. He's got no counter. The Chaos Volley and Frostbat double offensive means players can pressure you on the horse as much as they want. This is going to make it impossible, I think, for them to pick up a Clive kill here. They're going to help the other team by bringing Clive low. I think Ren has to, I think he resets here. Why take the death? And there's no way he's going to get Clive down, if I had to guess, right? 1 versus 1, Clive at 25, 2 players on his back. I think you leave here.
If I'm Clive, or if I'm Ren, I'm thinking to myself, I'm pretty strong. I'm confident in my abilities. They won the last tournament. They're definitely very good players. The other thing is you can use Clive to your advantage. If you're luring him into the fight and the other players jump into it, they can take a lot of explosive damage like this. Problem forced to jump off the horse.
Nice iframe from Problem, jumping off to avoid the same fate he almost ran into last time. Here we go. Here come the Frostbats.
If Ren can stall this out long enough for his teammate to show back up, it's possible that they could take this fight. And don't forget, there are more teams lurking. We know that there's more teams lurking around. I'm just waiting to see another team show up.
There. Who's that purple team? That was someone else.
There's Red. Red just chilling out over
another
there.
Team. So we have at least 3 teams at Clive, and unfortunately his teammate is on a 45-second cooldown and has to run back from the waygate. So it's going to be a very long for Ren's teammate to get back, but this is also a very long fight.
Yeah, the nearest waygate is right over here.
That is a run and a half.
And we know that they're not built anywhere near this because we saw that their base was somewhere in the eastern half near Quincy. So
you called this correctly. He's playing well, and he's using Clive.
They did unfortunately lose another horse in the process, though.
If the player pressures him and he can get off a Frostbat freeze or a nice stun, see right here, Problem is unable to pressure this, and Ren in the corner. That's going to be a great opportunity to use Clive. A nice hit though, big hit on the mace It's just crushing skulls.
Yeah, it's so strong on horseback there. It really does hit so hard. And Ren
Don't
taking
think Ren
another
has a
hit.
counter.
This is so dangerous. Yeah,
Knocking him off though. Look at the amount of damage he just took.
Wow.
Knocked off into it. He's also got the damage over time. Ren pressuring around. He's hit the environment perfectly.
Beautiful.
A 1 versus 2 here would be crazy problem trying to pick up a heal. Nice iframe. Taking a frostbat in the back though.
Ren,
Everything is on cooldown.
Ren
Top
has to switch. Look, he got the channel. He switched. He switched his abilities mid-combat. I was just saying that. He needs to switch to a counter. He needs to have somebody to deal with this. I don't know if Ren has a crossbow. If he could use his spacebar for amp heal.
Back, but his gear is broken. No, he's not. He was level 16. Okay, so we're seeing that strategy. He had his worst gear on while he ran back, and now he put his best gear set on. This is Clive.
There's another
Four
team.
Teams are here now. 4 teams at Clive, and players getting low. We're gonna see some deaths.
There's a third. There's another team.
5 teams at Clive. This is insanity.
Half of the servers here right now. Madness and Stupidity as we watch Clive hanging on to a pixel of health, and there's just bombs flying everywhere. Chaos volleys flying everywhere.
The player just lost a piece of their gear. Mid-fight, you've got players on every side of Clive.
Aura and Ren back to back throwing frostbats in both directions. Clive barely hanging on to health as the Chaos Volley takes him down. Problem now sitting in the background waiting for something. One brain cell sharing some damage onto Clive. Very low here. He's got to use those explosives to his advantages because he's trapped.
We know Aura is going to try to gatekeep. We've already seen them do it before. Some players just
Clive goes down. Clive is finally down.
Let's see what happens. Oh, all the players are drinking. Aura is waiting. He's gonna get that Q off.
Yes.
There's problem in Endo.
So smart.
There's another team. There's Moose. Aura going for the kill on Endo. Knocked off his horse. So many players are fighting.
There's a merciless item. Moose steals it. Moose gets the merciless item recipe right there, and Ren is super low here.
One shot. The
dodges. Oh, the frostback connects. That could be it. He does get hit at the last possible second, and Moose picks up the kill, but Aura's right behind him, and he knows he wants it.
Could this be the end of Ren and Aura? Aura at half. Players fighting on the other side. So much PvP. Another player dying there on the staircase. Here we go.
Red.
Players low.
2 kills potentially. He does pick off 1, and Problem is now left alone. Problem and his teammate were looking really dominant there, but they finally get picked off.
Nice jump with the mace. It's not going to be enough. Good counter.
The spear Q! Oh my god!
Kill.
That damage! Red picking up a double kill, dominating this over at Clive, and what was just a quiet, peaceful boss kill for what was the better half of the last 10 or 15 minutes between Aura and his teammate now turns into just chaos with multiple people dying. They're very lucky that this isn't a Merciless server because that would have been a mess for a lot of these players. And we actually see Red almost going down to some PvE right here. He's dangerously low, but that Q spear.
The spear Q, yeah. That's my favorite copper weapon. I'm asked that a lot, how I feel about PvP weapons. The spear has so much outplay potential. It's got the knockback. You're essentially stunning them for, like 2 seconds while that multitude of Qs is popping.
Man, the chat, that fight went on for so long that the chat was catching up to the start of that fight while we were finishing it on a 15-minute delay. That is...
Absolutely. From the future, that was a beautiful fight to witness. You've got players in chat saying, kill Trapula. He's a rat king.
He has been ratting around.
Making names for themselves as gankers, fakers, and we're going to see the granny strat today, we hope.
I want to see the granny strat. Somebody give me granny strat. Oh, Dr. Dexter and Fixie going for the barrier here, and I actually like this. And they pick themselves up a Merciless copper item. That's huge for them.
Yeah, that was really good luck there. We are going to see players, as they farm tier 1, right? They're going to start to get those higher item level necklaces. And obviously the Ember Chain, my personal favorite, is going to give you a movement speed bonus as well as a boost to spell power. So the movement speed, I think, is a primary attribute that players are going for because it's going to allow you to chase and escape. And like we always talk about, a reset or an escape is always the correct play over dying. So this is just getting them into the hardcore mentality. Now, a durability loss on this server is 33%. So you can only take 3 deaths before all your gear is broken, and you're dropping those materials on the ground to the players who kill you. So you're helping players get ahead by dying.
Look at this. We have a new team that just showed up there now, and this is what we talked about earlier, where showing up late does not necessarily mean you're screwed, because as the players are all worried about the higher level stuff, you can kind of just slip in here and do this for free. There's nobody, you don't have a ton of people contesting the point. You still have your PvP protection. You don't have to worry about 50 people showing up to scale the boss's health to an untouchable number. This is definitely it's a tough road, a tough hill to climb. And I won't say you're at an advantage joining in late, because you certainly aren't. But it's not impossible to catch up. And we even saw, like you said, there was a team that joined 6 hours late in one of our previous tournaments. So all bets are off when it comes to who could be at advantage, because we've seen in the past that teams that are way ahead can suddenly just get taken out by a random player or a random team just by a nice outplay. I mean, before we saw Humilitant's team actually taking control of this area. Let's go hop up here real quick and just see if anybody has decided to build up
I am
here.
also curious. The Hollowed Mountains was such a weird play, and we'd never seen that strategy before in a tournament. But last tournament, we had several teams here. So you can already see, right? You've got copper all over the place. And like we found out in our speed run yesterday, and I'm sure a lot of you already know, but when you're gathering stone and these ruins, right? These kind of old, decayed castles from the time of Dracula are going to be your best bet for gathering stone. It gives stone bricks as well as way more stone than a stone node provides. And so you do have these fun and interesting strategies coming in. But so far, we have no one in the Hollowed Mountain. But last tournament, we had 2 castles per team. So there was a lot of room to do things differently, but I really think that this time, because there's only 1 castle heart per clan, the majority of players are going to be in tier 2 and tier 1, and then they're going to have to make that risky base move at some point in the future. And if you don't know what we're talking about, when you have 1 castle, you have to dismantle every aspect of your castle before you can dismantle the heart, and then you have your entire tournament's worth of inventory on you, so you're making the most dangerous play of the tournament by moving castles. And we're going to see a lot of teams doing that. They're going to go from Farbane into the top left or top right of Dunley, or even those very meta spots out in Silverlight Hills, giving you access to the silver mine and tier 3 servants. Let's jump over to Quincy as well and see what's going on there. I don't think we're going to have a Quincy in the first few hours, but I could be wrong. Gates are still shut, so absolutely you've got players farming for their Merciless Night Stalker, their Merciless Copper, and accessories like the Ember Chain.
Yeah, and we saw that Aura was basically, they got the F-Bear kill. They were level 30. They were definitely poised to be potentially powerful enough to just immediately go in and deal with Clive, or deal with Quincy. I don't know why I was mixing those two up, but nobody's taken the initiative yet, and I think they realized after that fight at Clive that a bunch of other teams are really close by to them, so they need to potentially be careful. Fixie picking up a kill in the background. We managed to catch the tail end of that just as he picked off that kill. Fixie, another difficult, or another powerful opponent here on the server, level 26. We're seeing a lot of the teams sitting at or approaching level 30. In the background, we see Admiral maybe looking to pick up the kill. 38 as Admiral managed to get the Merciless Copper axes from the previous kill there. And look at how strong Admiral is. You do not want this fight if you're Fixie, but how do you get away? If Admiral's smart about this... Yeah, he's got to look for it.
Here comes the wolf form. You got to hope he doesn't get a volley in his head. That's a miss.
Oh, he missed it.
The environment that Copper Axe is just missing. The frostbite catches him a little bit.
The AoE doesn't do damage though.
Pixie dodge. He gets. Oh, that might be him getting away. Look at Admiral. Pixie stuck behind some trees here. That could be the end. A nice iframe.
All these trees really blocking out.
The volley. Not enough. Pixie in a corner. That counter not gonna connect.
That was an opportunity maybe for Fixie to use that choke point.
Oh, this is amazing.
But yeah,
he's the escape here. Oh, good frostbat dodge. Nice return on the
Chaos Volley is gonna finish him off. Admiral with the double snipe. It's not often that you see both Chaos Volleys connect, but Fixie actually used his Chaos Volley at the exact same time. So because he was slowed down, Admiral had an easier shot, and now Fixie is taking a ton of damage there, and he just looted another player. So Admiral's coming out with the lion's share of loot there as he just gets the loot from 2 players.
You see him dropping some silver on the ground as well.
Yeah, so he can transform.
We talked about this in the Rat Trap video. It would be fun to see a player place, 300 or 400 silver into a chest, right? You use like a silver flask and you put all the silver in a chest, and then you wait there in rat form, and when a player grabs it, imagine the amount of damage you'll take picking up that much silver. And so they're going to hit you with the ultimate, they're going to stun you with the mace, incapacitate, and the silver is going to melt you. So I've never seen that before, but I'm still waiting.
That's a strat that I feel like might be a little too meme to see on a tournament server, but I would love to see somebody do it. If they did, I would be genuinely impressed.
Yeah, we'll have to come up with a name for that, the silver rat trap strat or something crazy. But here's Admiral going back to their base. This is right next to Quincy. It's got 1 choke point. This is a beautiful base. Look at how little that they actually have to build. They're
so strong.
Block off the choke.
Yeah, I mean, listen. there is an advantage to be getting a castle up and getting the forge, but if they don't have forge floor, these furnaces are only going to be getting the speed bonus, which really doesn't amount to a lot. It's really more the efficiency bonus, the 25% cost reduction that matters. So if you don't have the forge flooring, getting a castle set up like they have for the laboratory floor for the blood press here isn't going to do them any good, really. And again, same thing with the sawmills. Now, the workshop floor is available, but because of how easy it is to obtain wood, they still haven't felt it necessary to invest those resources. And look at where they are, because they're in this corner.
He's a player as well.
I think they were too preoccupied to notice.
Is really great. This bandit spot is going to drop Merciless Copper, RNG, right? Oh, here comes Tristan chasing that player. Someone in Twitch chat saying they hope Tristan wins the tournament. Yeah, we would love to see that as well, or Jade. But this actually is a really good spot for farming. It's going to drop a lot of whetstone, and just all of the tier 1 mats will drop from this bandit thing. So it's actually a big pickup to be on this side of the map, because it really stops you from having to go west, right? You've got on this side of the map, you've got F-Bear, Quincy, Keeley, and just a lot of the progression bosses. So this is a beautiful spot. We might not see them move into tier 2. They're not that far from the iron mine, and as we can see, look at their little horse corral over there.
Yeah,
they've just been ganking players, gathering horses. So this team is set up for the length of the tournament. These is definitely going to be one of the top 5 teams, I would guess, when it comes to Friday. Someone asking how you win this tournament. All of the rules and chaotic modifiers can be found on the Discord, but you need to have one or all of the souls. Here we go. Look at this big fight. Here's Ren and Aura, one of the top teams.
They're getting revenge!
Chaos volley.
Mouse was the one that killed Ren earlier, so they're getting their revenge here, but little do they know, right above them are Admiral and Mulk with very powerful gear.
Are just crafting. I don't even think they see that fight happening.
It's right there. Turn your cameras. Turn around, Admiral Mulk. Look, turn your cameras. Pay attention.
This would be a massive fight. 2 level 38s against a 31 and 25. Now we do have to point out that there is a gear modifier differential that we've added to the chaotic rule set. So the higher level your gear, of course it's going to help you, but it's only going to give you a 75%. Right, 75% spell power modifier. So by putting on higher level gear, of course it helps you, but it's going to do slightly less than default settings, 25% less, just to make it a more even fight, as you have to fight players who are higher level than you.
I am curious to see if anybody will do the full spell power build with the if they get lucky with the Warlord's Reaper, because it gives so much spell power. Even with the 75%, the spell power build can be really, really dangerous. If you manage to
Aura getting low here as well. Sorry to cut you off there, Odin. Please continue.
No, I was finishing my basically just finished my thought right there. I thought, as you were saying that I thought that was the Militia Bruiser. I was like, oh no, they're so screwed.
If they, we talk about this all the time, the 85% health, which is what they're at. So if they get jumped, they can pull off, and they can salve and use their iframes to kind of wait for their health to come back. But it looks like this might actually be the first break period for Admiral and Mulk, right? So they're so far ahead, and they're in a really great spot. You've got Mulk kind of just AFK over at the blood press. And so you're going to see teams do this. Obviously, we're taking breaks. The players are taking breaks. And I see this question being brought up a lot and some misinformation in the chat. The server is not up 24 hours a day. This is 12 hours on the weekend and 8 hours on the weekday. Everyone has the same amount of time to progress. And so, of course, you can join the server late and catch up, and there's going to be off hours for every team. And because we only have a 1-hour siege window every night, you actually start to see a lot of players only log in, right? You have your servants out gathering for you, and then you log in and prepare, an hour before the siege. You're getting the siege golems up and running, you're building explosives, and you're, capturing servants and getting blood into empty glass bottles. And then you're going out to siege for that hour. So you usually see a huge amount of activity Saturday and Sunday, and then it kind of slows down over the week, really picking up on Thursday and Friday. And Friday night is your final chance to get the souls. As we saw yesterday in the $300 Duos Cash Cup, Friday Night Siege went the entire hour with 6 golems being dropped and multiple teams being zeroed, with Ren and Kasabe coming out as the winners.
Right as we were talking about that when we came over here to Keeley, we saw Ren and Aura chasing off Moose once again. He was just about to go on. Raven showing up, trying to get this extract, but it doesn't look like he's going to, although it looks like his teammate is. Aura is keeping him off.
You've got one teammate there getting the V-Blood, and each other player fighting. They're actually saying stuff in the chat, don't kill us, and Ren and Aura are pressuring them anyway. It doesn't matter what you got, we want it. Look at Aura's just going for it. Something's going on here. This is a little sus.
This is a little sus.
That's a little sus. We'll have to pay attention to that and mark that down just in case. That's that dope. And Raven, Aura and Ren letting them go. Here comes another team. No, this is Fixie. Please, you guys, if you see anything involving teaming and you've got video evidence, punch it into the Discord in player feedback. No, excuse me, player reports, and the admin team will review that.
I mean, the fact that they just left that team alive while they're chasing this player down is a little suspicious.
A little suspicious. Yeah, we'll review that again later. But these are tournament champions, and so we have to give them the benefit of the doubt, of course. Innocent until proven guilty. And obviously we have voice chat off as well because we don't want anything to go against the Twitch terms of service, so we don't actually know what any of these players are saying. We're a one-shot here. Another team rolling up would devastate them. Picking up a kill on Fixie. Unfortunately, Fixie's teammate nowhere nearby, but if they showed up right now, they might be able to get a 1 versus 2 off. Let's go ahead and jump over to Quincy just really fast. We have to pay attention because the first team to kill Quincy is going to be the first team to iron. Hanging out.
Alone.
This is the Bandit King, picking up hundreds of kills last tournament.
Oh yeah, he was wiping teams left and right. Let's see where Ren and Admiral are up to, or Admiral Mokmok are up to right now. Okay, it looks like they did leave their base, so let's see if we can go find them. Wait a minute.
Big PvP here. This is Boo picking up a huge hit here. Boo on the spear queue. So you've got Admiral separated from Mokmok. Both players are out fighting a big, honestly, a good fight from Boo. Very underleveled there. Still managed to almost pick it up. Hopefully you've got Admiral saying, you know, good fight in local chat. Let's take a look where Mokmok is. Was he close enough to help if that went south?
Let's see where Mok is.
You're going to have these players who are starting to gank and patrol the bosses, right? They're in such a good spot. Look at that. He actually picked up, Mokmok is here as well. He picked up 2 different recipe drops there for tier 1. Admiral hitting some crates and barrels. So it looks like they actually do want this boss. I believe Grayson is the upgraded chest, right? So it's going to give them access to more, more loot capabilities.
Grayson is the Berserk Shield. If I remember correctly.
The ability, right, but I think that as a structure, he drops the larger chest.
I thought that was Errol. I thought that was Errol that dropped that.
Maybe that is Errol. I could be wrong. We could actually look. No, you don't have any gear. Oh yeah, you do. So this is Grayson. Oh, you are correct.
He drops the workshop floors.
Okay, so they are going for, you know, the tournament longevity here. You've got these players that are making really good tactical decisions. They're waiting to fight bosses until they're strong, and they're going for things that are going to help them over the course of the tournaments. We've abandoned speedrunning strategies for a tournament cash cup environment, and we've adopted playing the long game.
This is going to be a relatively easy fight for them, considering how geared they are. This really isn't going to be a problem for them, so this will probably go off without incident unless that team that they just ganked shows up to get their revenge. It looks like the armor is maybe not available so that they can't clean up the caltrops, and it is available, I guess they just don't care. They are strong enough that it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, 11 levels above is really going to even out that damage from the boss. It's still going to be lethal, but of course they have the opportunity to overcome the 150% D-blood damage. I mean, this is the fastest boss kill we've seen of any progression boss.
Yeah, they melted him.
Let's jump over to Clive. I feel like Clive is like a really big, important boss lately, and we're seeing so much PvP there. So he's just respawned, but most of the monsters around him are still dead.
No teams in the immediate
Someone in
vicinity.
chat asking about an iframe. So this is a general term known as an invulnerability frame, and it's going to give you basically a small amount of time where you cannot be hit by any attack. So we have a lot of them inside of this game, so it's important to understand them and know when you should and shouldn't use it. So when you push your spacebar, you are giving yourself an iframe. You won't take damage in that small window of your teleport. And it doesn't last the entirety of the spacebar. It's just the first second that you hit it. And then also when you suck on the neck of an enemy, when it says feed, that gives you an iframe. It also stops the sun from damaging you. And when you jump off the horse, that small second right when you jump off the horse is also an iframe while you're midair. So there's just a lot of opportunities to avoid damage and have that invulnerability frame of time. So that is what we mean by iframe.
It looks like a team did over, or at least a single player did come over here to try to take out F-Bear once again, and we saw this was, I want to say Fixie's team that was trying to solo. Doesn't look like they decided to come back. I've got to imagine that some players realize, okay, there's other people with F-Bear, this isn't really a high priority for us, let's spend a little more time farming and gearing, and, you know, I love that you called out the fact that Admiral was hitting boxes and he managed to get 2 recipes. That highlights what I was talking about earlier with how good the loot can be from those boxes if you actually go through the camps and clear them out. If you look at if you look at the camps, for example, let's find one with whetstones. So if you look at the Bandit Armory, for example, enemies here can drop whetstones and stone dust, but that's not exclusive to this zone. What does happen is if you break open boxes in here, you have a higher chance of getting those items. And in fact, it's actually rather common in those areas. So if you're on the respawn timer where you come through and you break the chests, you break the crates and stuff open, and you're in one of those areas that's highlighted with that particular type of loot, you have a much higher chance of getting it. So in addition to also being able to potentially grab some really valuable recipes, you can also get some really valuable resources. Whetstones, for example, are quite expensive to make early in the game. So being able to just loot them for free from enemies is a huge boon to your economy. All right, and right now it's quiet.
I would love to do? Let's jump up to Silverlight Hills. I know it's kind of far, so we'll just kind of have to, you know, basically push G or whatever our keybind is for teleport. And let's go over to Brighthaven. Yeah, that's a perfect spot. We'll see if if any players have put castles down in Silverlight. There's really only 4 good meta endgame castle spots there. But I think it might be one team just farming in the Brighthaven docks. And that team could be having so much iron because as we know, as we just talked about, when you're breaking the barrels, opening chests, and destroying crates within Brighthaven, the tier 3 zone, it drops stacks of iron ingots, copper ingots, as well as tier 1 and 2 and 3 mats. So you're also, that's a longevity play, right? That's playing the long game.
It is.
It's getting somewhere where players can just open things and break stuff. So here we go. This is one brain cell. They have
the best castle location.
The best castle, the most unlikely to be sieged. And so what you want to do is you want to see this player who's so far away. You want to see them get sieged today. Maybe a high tier team who gets up to level 45 or kills Quincy. Maybe they even get a stone golem and they go for a big kill. So let's jump over to Brighthaven. It's hard to. I feel like we're stuck under the map right now.
Yeah, it's a little difficult to navigate that way.
That's all right. Honestly, we don't have to look if we don't want to. We know because they have a castle there, it's very likely that they are going to be going for the crates and boxes. So sorry guys, we're working on the tools, and SLS is adding admin tools all the time. So probably in the future we'll be able to have some more battle royale tools where we can teleport to teams. You know, we can see their health pools. Maybe it highlights on the map when they get into PvP. And so here's a team. So this is one brain cell. So here he is actually very far from his castle, right? So this is what we talked about. He went and wasted. No, I'm not going to say waste, but he went and used quite a bit of time, right? Maybe 30 minutes or longer to go place that castle down, and he's risking everything to have to come down here, right? If he dies, now he has to go all the way home. Here's an alpha wolf. This is his. Is this his teammate? Yes, this looks like his teammate. So you see that they need alpha wolf, right? So just like we just spoke about, they had to spend a lot of time building that castle up in tier 3, and now they're finally rejoining everyone in tier 1, but they're already level 20. So they're in a good spot to compete. But of course, Admiral and Mulkmulk, who have lived here the whole tournament, are about level 38.
Look at how quickly they're melting Alpha Wolf with those copper spears, not to mention their damage advantage. So we're gonna go ahead and hop over to Mulkmulk again, see what they are up to. They are back at their base. This is a really good spot for them to just be chilling right now. And look, Admiral's level 39.
Though. Look at this. Yeah,
Hold
are
on.
they going for Quincy here? No, they bypass Quincy. Level 39. This is huge. I believe with the Merciless Copper, I think you might be able to gather cotton and iron. So they are making a long game play, and they're avoiding Quincy. And as we saw and have been mentioning last tournament, the fight for the first Quincy kill was about 2 hours long. We had teams getting zeroed across the board because that was a Merciless tournament. And so here, they're opting for new strategies. They're developing. Look at that. We already have a stone castle right there as well with servant locks. So another team is set up very well. But I think they're going for Pelora here, or maybe to gank and gatekeep. Look at this. You just have so many players in Farbane. Everyone's crafting and developing their strategies and trying to move forward in the world. I think we're going to see that team go for Pelora. especially if you're going to be staying in Farbane for the lifespan of the tournament. Pelora the Feywalker is going to give you the ability to craft a vampire waygate within your castle, so you don't have to leave to teleport around the map, and that is very important, and I think a lot of players don't always use that. And so, especially in a 7-day Cash Cup tournament, that's going to be your long game.
I find
And
it
here they
so
are.
useful. It's so convenient to just have that waygate in your house.
They're going to tier 2. We could see them kill, Christina, the Sun Priestess, or maybe Beatrice. These tier 2 progression bosses will give them access to abilities that most players aren't going to be expecting. Of course, Sanguine Coil, and a couple other abilities. So here he is, looking like getting knocked off the horse. That's the end of that horse. It is running toward him, though. So that was a lucky run. Beautiful cosmetic there as well. If we zoom in on Molk, he did manage to pick up what looks like F-Bear's mask, which is a very rare drop, and you do lose your cosmetic items when you die. So if we see another player later on with that mask, we know where they got it. But it's going to be very hard to kill Admiral and Molk at this point.
I've heard people talk about, like, on the Merciless servers and even on, like, PvP servers that oh, there's Burke. We don't have human form yet, so unfortunately Molk is not going to be able to interact with that. But he is going to get by without being attacked.
That's funny. I've never seen that. So Burke will not attack wolves. So I actually expected Burke to aggro there, but he did not. And Molk looked like he didn't want Cotton. He did pick up a garlic debuff or so. I'm not sure where he's going. I actually was sure he was going to go to Iron Mine, but it looks like he just bypassed that. Maybe they're just looking for other players.
Possibly, yeah. That could be that because they're so strong right now, they're looking for somebody who maybe went to the Iron Mine or maybe got some cotton early and they want to kill them for their loot. Because if you don't have the castle built here yet, that's just going to be really dangerous for them. Now, speaking of castle locations around here, there are quite a few good ones around the southern area. So we'll go ahead and check in with those real quick to see if any players have decided to start setting up shop nearby. We did see one player building a little bit earlier near here. This is a pretty good location to build because it's not something that can be easily trapped. It's also not the easiest place to siege. We'll head over to the western one, which is actually one of my favorite locations, and then we'll go check in on the iron mines shortly after that.
Yeah, the location that you showcased on the east side of the Iron Mine in every single tournament has had players. You can build all the way to the road, even with a small tile set, just to stop yourself from being blocked in. So we do have about a 2-tile radius where players are unable to build next to you. So as long as you build at least one, you set some tiles up going from your choke points to the road, then you can never be blocked in.
And this one is a great one too because you can build right up against this bridge and nobody can build on this side, so this is a very easy defensible spot. And this one as well, you can just set up a small wall with sort of a honeycomb that makes it very difficult to siege this side. So I'm surprised to see that nobody's taken up one of these spots yet, but I guess the majority of players are considering how much convenience there is in having those early game locations in Farbane Woods without having to travel a ton to get to their bases. But it's going to be the difficulty is going to be in transitioning to your second castle. Will you have to tear down that first castle heart?
Yeah, let's jump over to Clive really fast. It looks like tier 2 is still pretty barren. I love the F-Bear as well, as you mentioned earlier. F-Bear is a graveyard for players and horses. We saw 3 or 4 horses there and multiple loot bags on the ground. Just going to F-Bear, look at it. His battle scars are from actual battles this server. F-Bear with 150% damage is going to be doing insane damage when he enrages. So he's catching players off guard and they're not used to it. Here's a big fight. It looks like at Keeley. Bagels, level 25. I'm not sure if his teammate has got onto the server yet. So these are players who played in the previous tournaments, and the server has been full all morning. So we're about 2 hours, 2.5 hours into the tournament lifespan, and you have players forcing to be solo, and that's just how it's going to be in a drop-in, drop-out environment. Now, this isn't a qualifier, right? This is the main event. This is the $200 cash cup. It's never too late to join, and there are going to be players taking breaks and dropping off throughout the day. We do have an AFK timer unlocked on the server, so if you're AFK for too long, you will automatically be kicked, and that will open up a slot for a new vampire to join. Please join the Discord for all the information, rules, and chaotic modifiers.
And now we see Red going in on Ferocious Bear once again, and it seems like a lot of players are trying the horse strategy against Ferocious Bear, but don't quite have it down pat. As you mentioned before, it's actually not very easy to do, even with a horse. You really have to understand how it works. Otherwise, you get clipped off, and then you got to fight Ferocious Bear one-on-one. And when he enrages, it is very, very difficult to avoid his attacks when you're on foot, unless you're running double defensive. And then it's an extremely long kill because you just don't have very much damage.
Yeah, one swipe here from an enraged F-Bear is probably going to chunk your health down at least 30%. So, right, you use the iframe, then you're kind of stuck. You really need to have something else available to you. So either 2 counters or a double dash iframe or what's going to help you on the ground. And like you mentioned, I did do a no-hit F-Bear, but I have died to F-Bear countless times, or he's killed my horse. So it's not like you really have to practice that. And so you do have these tournament participants, especially in a Cash Cup environment, who are out there every day in their own server. So there was Bagels' duo. We've got players at F-Bear, at Keeley, and at Clive. You've got players all over the world. Here's Rat King. We saw him getting smoked earlier. And so you do have players who are coming out of their bases and they're making plays, but nobody wants to risk fighting Quincy just yet. You also, as you mentioned, if you join the server late, you've got a PvP protection timer. You're going to be able to maybe get a Quincy kill or a Clive kill for free. Right, though, 30-minute PvP protection timer. If you're online right now, look at the amount of bosses these players are killing, right? You go to F-Bear, you go to Clive and Keeley, and you're going to get a lot of free kills from level 30s as players overgear in an attempt to fight these powered-up V-Blood bosses. If you're just tuning in...
One brain cell just showed up here.
Wasn't there another player? That's his teammate.
Yeah,
okay,
his teammate,
so they're trying to 2v1 F-Bear. You got one Horse Lord and one player on the ground. This could be bad for them, though. If you don't have a player gatekeeping, that means another team can sneak up on your back. And especially against F-Bear, if you get frozen and F-Bear stomps on you, that's the end.
Yeah, I mean, the 2v1 is definitely a lot easier, but it's very difficult if you're not paying attention. You could get hit by F-Bear, you get knocked off the horse, and yeah, this is just a scary boss. He does a lot of damage, and he does a lot of damage very quickly. He hits hard, he hits fast. You wouldn't expect both, but he does. Interestingly enough, it looks like Red is going to opt to go for the gatekeep. He's just going to sit here. I'm surprised he doesn't have a crossbow that he can just assist with while being near the gate to keep an eye out. But they're just going to play it safe. He's got the horse. His teammate's confident that he can play the 1v1 fight correctly with the horse. We're just going to go ahead and zoom around the map here, see what we can find. I think we just witnessed a player teleporting away right there as we were coming by. Let's go drop in on Admiral and Molk and see what they're up to. We did see them make their way up into Dunley Farmstead, so you know that they're kind of chilling around up here looking for players. I want to say it looks like they're going for Cotton right now more than anything. They are both currently... Oh, wait a minute. Here's Ren. The fight's actually happening. Admiral getting caught out.
Big fight. Absolutely. Where's Molk when you need him? Admiral at 1 here. Can Ren close this out? Here comes his teammate Aura as well. And Molk, it's a big 2v2. Ren at 1. He's going to be pursued. Both players going to the lower player. 1 player down. Let's see. Can Aura escape Molk here? Excuse me, Ren. Ren was 1 shot. He's getting away to heal. Molk. Aura on his back.
Wow, the turnaround from Molk.
A kill.
Ren is so low. A hit could do it, but Molk is super low too.
Both players are
one touch on the Ren. He gets the hit. Molk gets the hit on the Ren. Now Aura's going to be forced.
Here?
No, Aura can't. He can't.
He can make this a 2v1.
If he goes for it, he could die.
He's going for the res.
No, he's going to go for the heal instead.
The heal. Okay, look, 100% creature blood as well. He's going for the res. Let's see what Molk is doing. He's coming back. I don't know if he's going to have time here if he connects that. The first one connects.
He hits it. He gets them both, but Ren's alive. He gets it at the last possible second. He is alive, and now the Pat's going to come in and mix things up. This is super dangerous for both of them. They're going to be forced to back off, and he is actually going to go down there. It looks like he released from his corpse.
The Vampire away gate is right next to them. You're going to see Molk's teammate back here in the next 5 or 6 seconds.
Admiral's going to be here super soon. Yeah.
These players are going to be losing.
There's Admiral.
There's Admiral. Ren very low.
Ren went for the greed. He was like, oh, I killed Admiral. Let me go get his loot. And then Admiral spawns at the waygate instantly.
He's actually being pressured.
He's being corralled. Molk's in the corner.
This might be the end for Ren.
This is so big. Ren gets the wolf form.
Good dodges.
This should be
Admiral on his back. They're chasing him. And you know Ren's teammate is also going to be spawning. Look how fast they are. They've got their spacebar iframes. And they've got the Q on the axes. They're chasing. This is going to give time for Ren's teammate to revive. Maybe use this fire here. This is a good play from Ren, using the environment. Now, if either of these players have an Ember Chain, right, it looks like Admiral is faster to me. Admiral could be rocking an Ember Chain, which is going to be 4% movement speed. Look at the double into the Frostbat's going to miss. That's going to give Ren the opportunity to escape.
That was the one chance he had. And
There's
look, Aura's there.
Well. He's back. Nice Frostbat pulling him out of wolf form. What a battle. These are our top 5 teams going neck to neck.
Yeah, Admiral and Molk very, very powerful right now with that gear. But you saw that Aura and Ren managed to actually take them out. That was a basically even 2v2 trade there, although I don't think Admiral, or I'm sorry, I don't think Bulk ever actually went down there. So Admiral ended up dying, so it was actually a 1-for-2, despite the fact that the res did come off there. They are going to finally kind of lick their wounds and leave each other alone, but Aura looks like he went away worse for wear there, essentially because of the durability damage he took on his gear. If you notice there, he was only level 24.
Yep, and we don't know how much loot they had, so it looked like none of the players were actually able to capitalize on any kills there. There was so much combat that they actually had to pull off, and here we go, all this time later, one brain cell finally picking up a kill. His teammate is dead on the ground, so another big kill for FK.
He's trying to get...
He's gonna res his teammate.
Oh no!
Unfortunately, the bear was too close. I don't think you can get... We'll see, right? It shows an animation. Okay, so he reses
doing both
mid-fight. There it is, picking up both.
Okay,
beautiful pickup for Brain Cell and Red.
I'm really happy that they fixed that. That would have been very unfortunate to watch happen on stream. That was a bug that used to happen. If you did that too close to another target, you wouldn't get the res. Instead, you would just get the consumption, and your teammate could die in that meantime. But it looks like they fixed it by allowing both to happen at the same time. Very nice. We'd love to see it. Thank you, SLS, for working hard on your game to keep it up to date and fixing stuff like that.
Hotfix is coming out across the board. The game's in early access. It's been out a month, but we can say for sure this is one of the most polished games we've ever had drop this side of 2020, if not all of the 2000s. This game is ready to go out the door. $20 is going to give you an incredible PvE experience, and I highly recommend playing PvE blind with your friends and family and then slowly making your way onto a PvP server. We are a month into this game, and we have incredible players, right? They're doing animation canceling, their iframe, and they're popping off. So you've got some big competition.
Quincy is open! Let's go! We have a team into Quincy. Tell me who it is. Kuro, really? Wow, one of the teams that managed to pick up Clive early, and wait a minute, there's a green horse here. That means while we were talking about that, there's another team that walked up here.
Yeah, absolutely. This looks like 2 teams, but do they know this is going to be a battle? Do they know
about the rat trap?
How hard Quincy is? That's 100. Oh my God, the rat trap. I forgot all about that. I hope one of these teams lives in the trap.
Let's go check real quick, because we did see one player there, so it looks like one player from each team might have been scouting out there. Whoever owns this castle is in really good shape. Luther. If they manage, even if they're offline, if they just get some players back there, they kind of happen to log on, stroll out back, like, oh, looks like some people got stuck, huh? It is going to be Bagels and Kuro, and now they're going to get into a fight with Frederick and Nate here. They realize that they're trying to fight for supremacy over here for Quincy. Wait, another team showing up behind. Problem now here as well. All 3 of these teams we saw at Clive at different times fighting each other one time or another, but now this is going to turn into an absolute chaotic mess. The first team to call out the fact that the Bandit King is open and that these fights are happening is going to just devolve this server into complete chaos.
Yeah, we talked about this earlier. Using World Chat is a chess play, right? Tell World Chat that Quincy is open and you're going to stop teams from being able to do Quincy. This is a strategic play here. We might see teams losing hours of their tournament time here, just getting into insane fights, and Quincy is so powerful. You're not going to see level 22s kill Quincy. Quincy is level 37 with 150% damage and health. It's going to take a monster to bring him down. The Bandit King is going to be picking up skulls as trophy and cutting short the lives of vampires all across Vardaron. Here we go, a big PvP fight. That's a barrier coming out as well. Big freeze from Kuro. He's not going to capitalize on it, though. We've got his teammate at 1, and that's the end. Endo chopping him in half.
Man, that is going to be big for them if they can secure the control of the hill, because we've seen before that teams are actually very good at holding that, despite the fact that it's like, okay, it's one player, we can just go approach him. It's like if you get hit or sniped by something, or another team runs up behind you while one player is gatekeeping you here, you become pincered and you have to deal with all that. That's not a good look.
Look at this great, oh, beautiful freeze there. Almost had it on Endo, but he countered it. A wonderful 2 versus 2 here. The third party into an almost even fight. Frederick picking up a Q, but Chaos Volleys are shattering players right now. Let's zoom in a little bit more so we can see some health. The other team is way up. They're effectively using those barriers and their counters. So they've got multiple defensives. Big hits from Frederick. Nice spear Q, but it's not going to be enough. Nate at half. Big barrier into a Chaos Ball lead. A great counter. This is a 1 versus 1 and a 1 versus 1 at the moment. Good counter there. Frederick waiting for it. Baiting it out with a spear Q. He's dealing about 45% damage here, but he's in a corner. Good counter. Here comes his teammate. He needs help.
This 2v2 is...
And the spear Q. Nate is not going to be enough. It looks like another player is coming on their back as well. So the third and fourth partying is about to happen here. Nate, one shot.
This is getting really dangerous. The problem with
Frederick
these
low.
long...
Endo, one shot as well. You've got, it looks like both players are dead. Problem and Endo picking up.
They need to hide, though.
Kill.
They need to hide, though, because right behind them is Red and Aura. Or Red and Brain Cell, sorry.
Frederick with the good fights in the chat. We've got the admins out and about, invisible, flying around the map. If they see something out of place, they're going to be calling it out, but we've got lots of good fights, and we're going to have all this tournament footage available on the YouTube with highlights and full gameplay. A huge spear hit there on Red is going to put him one shot. This is a very dangerous time to be alive for Red and Brain Cell, as a team is right behind them, just picking up a quad kill.
This action is getting absolutely insane, and this is basically what we expected to happen at Quincy, because this is what happened last time. All of a sudden, Quincy opened up, and teams are just coming out of the woodworks. Now, the big one to look out for is Admiral and Mokmok, because they could just run through and absolutely decimate everybody here with their gear advantage. But like you mentioned before, the gear advantage is tuned down just a little bit, so they will have difficulty killing them off with spells. They're going to have to get up close and personal if they really want to do their full damage, but being in full Merciless the way they are is really going to give them an advantage. The question is whether or not they know that this is happening, because the last time we checked in on them, okay, they don't even care. Mokmok is over here with his Merciless Copper Axe, is just chipping away at this iron. Let's see if we can find Admiral as well. I think they might be doing, yeah, it's a team effort here as they are securing this. This is going to be so big for them. If they can get a ton of iron stacked up while these teams are having their little fights over at Quincy, they're going to roll in and be like, all right, thanks for keeping the seat warm. We're going to just go ahead and take this. You guys have fun. And then they're going to rocket propel themselves way ahead of everybody else.
Absolutely. The cotton and the iron now, while no one is in Dunley, is the play of the game. These players are doing the long game. And like we mentioned earlier, going for Quincy, proving time and time again to be a poor play. Unless you can secure Quincy, right? That would actually be huge. But as we just saw, we've had multiple teams full wiping at Quincy. And so look at how strong he is. Even the Horse Lords are having an issue bringing him down. Every hit is only doing what looks to me like 1%, maybe 1.5%. So it only takes one player, even a naked player here, if they dismount you, is going to disrupt and maybe finish this fight. And we've got the Rat Trap on lock right next to it. So if they jump off the west side, that's going to be the end of their gear and their items.
Fortunately, nobody has fallen prey to it just yet, although it's hard for me to want to root for somebody to fall into it, but I'm rooting for it to happen. I kind of want to see somebody fall into it.
I want to see some players. I couldn't believe in my my Rat Trap video how fast I got players in there. And like we saw in the last tournament, and we've seen here today with Clive, as soon as a boss dies, the players tend to scatter, right? You tunnel vision on escaping, and they're going to be jumping into the Rat Trap.
Right now, it looks like Problem does have control of this, but they did just have a team jump off as the Quincy fight started. They can't route back up and around. We saw that happen about 100 times in our last tournament, and it looks like that is what they're doing right now. It looks like Nate and Kuro are going to get ready to come back up this way, but he's luring so many mobs. If he gets hit here, this is going to be death.
And because this is a non-merciless setting, it's going to make Quincy even harder to kill. These players are going to be right back in the action, and we have so many players with castles, right? One castle heart per clan. A lot of players have chosen to live in Farbane, and we don't always see that in the tournament. A lot of players go to the Hollowed Mountains, Dunley, Silverlight, and Cursed Forest off the bat, but the one castle heart is very limiting. And so these players are going to be able to get back into the fray very quickly. Honestly, I don't know how long it would take to Horse Lord Quincy 1 versus 1, but I would guess at least 5 to 10 minutes. Here he is full resetting, so they're feeling the power of the bosses, and they're not sure what to do, and they know the players are going to be back, you know, right on top of them in no time.
My guess, Strange, is that Endo was spotting this. He was probably chilling right here to see that these players are coming. He called Problem off. He said, hey, we got players coming. You got to back off. You got to get healed up, because he took a little bit of damage there. And so Problem's just chilling in that hut. They're ready to gatekeep this. They don't want anybody coming up and potentially taking a look at it, look at the action of those going down.
Frederick not understanding the verticality enough. A lot of the spells will go up and down environments, so he took a Chaos Volley. Now's the time to pressure, and here's Problem spotting it out. Both those players are at 80%. Getting stomped, though. He has no snare. He's got no iframe. He's pulling off, and another team has just arrived. This is the Quincy free-for-all madness.
Endo trying to use that verticality, but it is actually a bit too high. It will go down ramps, but not off sheer cliffs like that. So those volleys do end up missing.
Healing. You could see teams running out of blood because of how strong the normal monsters are. It's hard to always have that on lock. And here's Red, and we know his teammate is probably nearby. This is devolving into a third and fourth party environment. So Admiral and Mulk in the Iron Mines, they are playing smart and efficiently, and these players going for Quincy might be wasting so much valuable tournament time right now.
But keep in mind that Red and One Brain Cell have their respawn, or they have their coffins all the way up at Silverlight Mines, so their best respawns are going to be at the way gates nearby. So if they do get taken out, it's going to be a little bit harder for them to get back into the fight right away. We see,
and if their gear breaks with that 30% durability, right? 33%, excuse me, if they take 2 or 3 deaths, they have to go all the way back to Silverlight to repair unless they brought mats with them. So it's going to be challenging. And now you have these teams trying to decide what to do here. They're definitely in comms discussing, do we stay here? The Quincy, I don't know if this feels worth it. We've got a quad kill, but is that helping us? Here we go. Frostbat's coming in, missing on both, getting with the AoE a little bit, but you got to connect with 2 Frostbats to pick up the freeze.
And it looks for a second like they might have had a little bit of a truce right there. It is going to require some teamwork to get Quincy down if they want to get this kill. Otherwise, it's just going to be spending a lot of time wasting each other's time. And there is a strategic element to that, you know, keeping other players out of Quincy while your teammate goes and does something. And it looks like Endo is going to do just that. He's going to go find something else to do while these teams kind of squabble over Quincy and decide who's going to be able to get the first kill. Meanwhile, Admiral and Mulk probably still chilling up in these Iron Mines, getting further and further ahead. And my bet is that they are dropping absolutely everything that isn't iron. They're probably just prioritizing iron and gems. They don't care about anything else except for maybe wool, like wool cloth and red yarn.
It's incredible to see the amount of iron that they get from a full iron clear, getting sucked into the fire there, and Meredith on their backs. If another team comes, they could be zeroing these players' inventories. All of that work would be for nothing if another team shows up, because you know they have thousands of iron on them and tons of tier 2 gems. And so these players are definitely playing the long game. I personally want to see them get into a huge fight on the way home. But again, their base is in a good spot on the east side of Farbane in the northern corner. And so they aren't going to have that far to run with their cotton and iron.
They're right next to Quincy, too. And it looks like they've had enough. They decided, okay, we got what we came here for. We've got a good stockpile. I wonder if they're getting ready to go check in on Quincy. Smart move here from Admiral to bring his horse with him to the mine and leave it back here on this jump off. This is a really easy way to escape if you're getting chased through the mines, or if you just need a quick way out because of mobs pressure. Whatever the case may be, having the horse here really helps him out. I think he's waiting for his teammate right now while Mulk is trying to clear out what's left.
I mean, the amount of iron they're going to get is going to put them into iron weapons after killing Quincy, and they're going to be ready for their Merciless Hollowfang set. So if we can see this team pick up a Beatrice, they might have already even killed Beatrice, but if they pick up a Beatrice and a Quincy kill, that is going to skyrocket them to level 60, depending on how much iron and cotton they've stockpiled. Here is another player. This is Moose going for F-Bear, probably his teammate nearby gatekeeping. And we've seen this strategy working very, very well for duos, and of course you could use it. That's a big hit from F-Bear, though. You don't want to get hit by any of those, especially the falling rocks. Here he comes again, smacking him back into a rock. Moose is just having so much trouble on the ground here. He's going to get a little respite here as F-Bear's Enrage falls off, but he's just kept picking it back up over and over again. Let's see what's going on with Quincy. Quincy had falls, so these players are making no progress. The battles, here's 3 teams fighting once again.
Dude, you gotta be thinking,
open, and the blood is flowing at Quincy.
You gotta be thinking that like Admiral and Mulk are getting just further and further ahead every second these teams waste fighting here. Admiral and Mulk are like the premier team to watch out for right now. These teams basically need to come together and just say, all right, we're truce until Quincy's dead. Then all bets are off.
Another notch on my belt has arrived.
This is yeah, this is tough. I know players want to get these kills, but at this point, if you've died already and you're coming back here, you're not carrying any loot with you. And Trapula, the rat that was reported to the entire server saying, kill this man, is now here to rat out and get some more kills himself. He steals a horse.
He's picking the horse up, and that spear is going to have immense range. He's going for, oh, Frederick picking up the Q, though. That is going to do so much damage off the horse. Nate, one shot. Can Trapula pick this up? Big Chaos Volley is going to bring him down to his knees. That's Nate dead. But Trapula is not going to be able to capitalize. Frederick, he does gank. What a dirty play. He goes for the gank in order to ensure Frederick's teammate is dead. But I don't think Trapula is going to be able to make it out of this alive.
Ooh, the Q missing and the frostbat.
Beautiful freeze.
Wait a second.
Did he jump off? If he jumped off the side, that's him going for the rat trap. Let's pay attention to Trapula here. They're going along the cliff's edge.
How did he sneak out? I can't even find him.
He's over to the right. Yeah, keep going. Just, yeah. If he jumps off here.
Oh, no, we do.
He jumped off. He's stuck.
He jumped off, but he died as he jumped off. He got hit on the way down.
Oh, my God. Any player who goes for that loot is going to be stuck in the rat trap.
Don't do it, Frederick.
Don't do it, Frederick.
Don't do it.
He's looking. He's trying to figure it out. Oh, my God. The schematics in his mind, right? The mathematics. Okay, he comes back. He decides not to go for it. And now Ren has arrived, so your tournament champions from the $300 cash cup are coming out. They're in voice chat. He's diving off the cliff. So these players have really, really good map awareness, right? You have to have every aspect of verticality on lock for Quincy. The speed runs no longer work. Quincy, the most contentious fight of the tournament before Octavian.
When Quincy unlocks, it's basically like a whole new game mode has unlocked because it's this giant PvP arena where you have to know the ins and outs of these fights. You have to deal with mobs constantly. You're fighting multiple teams. You gotta know how to jump down, find spots to heal, come back into the fight. There's so much going on in this area, and it completely changes the dynamic. You know, we've seen small skirmishes break out at different bosses, but from this point forward, it's going to be carnage.
Absolute carnage. You've also got some RNG involved, right? Some randomness with the bosses and the monsters, and the monsters are doing 120% damage. So Vardaron, as here comes Endo. He's getting attacked by the wolves as well, and the archers on his back. He is going to perish on Ren's. That's his gear breaking as well. We just talked about this. 33% durability is nothing to scoff at. Good barrier there from Problem.
Another
it's
kill.
Not enough. Aura and Ren picking up a double.
Now this is what I was talking about before. Ren is 37. He's right around the same area where Mulk and Admiral are. So he's strong enough to just kind of come through and be the boss. He's really far ahead of everybody else. That 10 item level difference, especially because of the gear he's using, really you can feel it. So anytime this team runs into somebody, it's very dangerous. Aura spotting out another player. He's going to run up on Frederick, who just finished up the mobs.
Frederick, though, dodging both of those, but he's going to get caught out. I think we're going to see him jump off the ledge. Very hard. Yeah, he jumps off the ledge. We knew that was coming. Another team is down below as well. This could be Frederick's teammate. They're going into wolf form. That's
it is Frederick's team. There's Nate.
This is another 2 versus 2. Actually, good dodges there. Nate as Neo. See what we've got. Big hit from the Horse Lord. Chunking him down again. Nate already at half. You've got to get these players off the horses. Massive Q. Nate trying to get on the horse.
That was really quick. Nate used the counter to knock him off and was already holding F to jump onto the horse. But immediately responding back there, Aura gets the knockdown. And now Nate is incredibly low. Frederick being the last one to defend him.
Into the Chaos Volley. Ren melting. Despite his higher level here, he's trying to pressure the low health player, but he's got players on his back. Frederick taking a Q from the spear. Nate sending the Chaos Volleys.
And look, the skill from the armor really came in handy right there. Using that shield to protect his teammate. Ren actually was really low there, but Aura popped off the shield there. I think they're running Blood Rage as well. Yeah, see, there's the
one shot.
There's the armory barrier.
He's gonna try to escape. He's got to get away to heal, but now another team is in front of him.
Red sneaking in back here as he is trying to rat up, but Fixie picks up the kill. Where did Fixie come from? How did he get up here? All the while we were watching, man, he's just sneaking
not
up.
allowing any other clan to progress. The Quincy gatekeeping has started, and it's going to continue for the next couple hours. Hecker picking up so much damage. Look at the monsters, devastating Aura. You got a Horse Lord waiting and watching as well. Fixie, he wants these kills. He's making a name for himself against these tournament champions, but now he's locked between Ren and Aura. Look at the damage on the Chaos Volley. Barely surviving that Q. Look at the jump. You got the acrobatics, the plays, and the outplays.
Fixie
Aura
clinging on to life.
Fixie absolute.
That cute.
Another team coming behind him.
That
That's
dodge.
his teammate. There's Dr. Dexter saving his life. This is a good time to pressure with Aura at 1 and Ren very low. The spear almost picking him off. Great chaos volleys from Aura. These teams are playing out of their minds right now. They're cracked.
This is getting very dangerous, though. These stalkers are incredibly dangerous. Getting hit with that spear yank into a pack of mobs while you're in the middle of a fight, it's really hard to avoid while you're not paying attention because you're looking out for other things. Look, Aura gets hit with the spear grab.
Stalker, look, they can feel the power of the monsters. That's also 47%. I think, yeah, he makes the call out mid-combat. We got to drink this. I need some blood. Look at all the gamers out in the world. This is 3 hours into the tournament, and you've got players everywhere battling for supremacy. And here's Red over here hanging out as well. You've got 5 or 6 teams at Quincy. Quincy just standing firm with his shield up. He knows it's going to be a long time before he dies.
Yep, and there's Heckler jumping off, Red pursuing. I'm waiting to see if somebody actually gets corralled into the rat trap. We're getting close to the situation where people are going to be up top here. And I think pretty soon, players are just going to have to call a truce. Finally, Admiral and Molk show up, and this is the team to watch out for. They are going to be the ones to dominate this if they play their cards right.
That Moose is going to fight him, though. Admiral and Molk are massive contenders at level 37. Only Aura and Ren can challenge them. We see Chaos Volleys off screen as well below Quincy. Look at the sheer amount of teams here. This is going to be so dangerous. Hecker getting hit on both sides. He is locked in. Molk and Admiral showcasing their level and PvP skills. They're going to be popping off. Here we go. Here's Moose.
Quincy already taking
Red,
a fair bit of damage.
A lot of teams who are now going for Quincy. The temporary alliances are going to result in deaths and decimation.
Don't do it, Mouse.
If Admiral and Molk get Quincy, they will be going toward oh my god, Mouse might be getting caught in the rat trap. Maybe with the horse, right? Maybe with the horse he makes it out here. If he jumps down, though, he's dead. He can't push spacebar here. The horse will auto. He's dead.
He's dead.
He's stuck in the rat trap.
You fool! You've killed yourself, unless that's his teammate's base.
I don't think so. He didn't know where to go. That's it. He's locked into the rat trap.
We have our first rat trap, ladies and gentlemen.
There is no way out. I showcased this in the rat trap video. This is a beautiful tier 1 base. He doesn't know what to do. You cannot horse jump over these corners. This is gorgeous. Let's go back up to Quincy. That player is locked in. He's going to have to kill himself. The admins will not help you.
Show me your mettle then.
Gotta be feeling bad for Mouse right there, or Mouse. Whatever the case may be. Look at how fast Admiral is dropping Quincy.
Just doing beautiful figure 8s here. Let's go ahead and go down and check out Molk, who we know is gatekeeping. He's got to gatekeep every other team here. You're going to have teams trying to rat and teams trying to prevent forward progress. So this was a perfect opportunity for Admiral and Molk to show up. They have the iron and they have the cotton.
Where'd they all go?
Allowed, there's no one else around. If they get Quincy, this is going to be insane.
I mean,
They're
we
gonna be
already
level 50.
We already knew that they were going to be far ahead because of how much they stocked up, but it seems like all the other teams died.
Show me what you've got.
Yeah, I'm sure after all that madness, a lot of teams are going to have broken gears. And we talked about this earlier. Even though it's not merciless, a couple deaths is going to set you back. Also, keep in mind, we've got 1.5x on PvP respawns. So if they die twice, they're going to be on a 3-minute cooldown to respawn. And so these players dying is going to stop them. It's not merciless, but it feels like it.
And Admiral is just doing an exceptional job at dealing with Quincy here. Not using any defensives. Ooh, unfortunately, he hits that counter, and that's going to deal a pretty big chunk of damage. But because they have, like you mentioned, because of the gear factor, and because Molk is here just gatekeeping, they can rotate in and out. Admiral can certainly run away and heal, and Molk can just take aggro for a little bit.
And Admiral jumping back on the horse, he decides the ground game just isn't worth it.
Yeah,
If you get hit by that Chaos Barrier, that's going to be 150% of your attack back to you. So you see it's actually chunking Admiral down even at his high level, and he's picking up the damage over time. So if we see Admiral and Molkmolk pick up the kill, they're going to have the ult. They're going to have the ability. This team is going to be locking themselves into a Molkmolk coming in for the gatekeep. Here comes some more teams. If Frederick can knock Admiral off that horse, that's going to prevent forward progress. So he's getting one hit on his back. Frederick jumping off. He goes all the way to the bottom. I don't know what's going to happen here. But if Admiral and Molkmolk
3 players showing up right now as we speak.
Lots of wolves. Let's check out on the gatekeeper. Look at all these monsters doing damage down here. Here comes Fixie as well. We know he is a killer. He is a vampire lord, and he's going to want to get Quincy or stop Admiral. Both of those are preferable to the alternative. This is mind games. This is chess.
It's all down to Molkmolk here. He needs to stay alive.
Was that Ren and Aura? I think if Ren and Aura show up here, so Molkmolk pulling off the heal and gatekeep. Quincy at 20. Here comes Frederick, a player on a horse as well.
There's Fixie. There's Dexter.
Here's Dr. Dexter. I hope some more players get stuck in the rat trap. You know Mouse is still down there. Quincy at 1.
Admiral is...
We're going to see multiple teams picking this up. Quincy is dead.
He gets
Admiral's
it!
Team
Admiral's going to get it!
Dr. Dexter's on it. Hexer is on it.
3 teams are going to pick up Quincy and go to tier 2, and that is...
Here comes another team.
He missed out! Ren missed out! Ren's team missed out! They were so close!
Jumping off. Everyone's jumping off, but they're dodging the side with the rat trap.
We no longer have anybody in the rat trap, and it looks like...
Luther,
we got another person.
That's his rat trap. So you know he picked up Mouse's gear and killed him.
Wow.
That is Luther's base. Beautiful pickup. We were talking about this earlier. He's got him in the rat trap.
Admiral Frederick fighting his way back over here, trying to stop Admiral and Molkmolk from getting to their base. But look at this. They are going to walk back to their house, triumphant champions with Quincy and all of that loot. Admiral is getting chased.
Admiral at his base, though. He gets ulted. Please, let's see this pickup. Oh, Hexer's not going to be able to pick it up. He should have. Oh, no, he would have been stuck in the air.
Yeah, he can't.
Because they don't have walls there, you actually could theoretically chase him all the way into his base. But Admiral, one shot, gets away, proving that this base location is magnificent.
Admiral popping some rats to heal.
A tournament first, Quincy, an hour-long free-for-all with Admiral and Molkmolk coming at the end, picking up so many kills. You see the beautiful play there, though. Players putting on their ultimates immediately after killing the boss. We are going to be heading into our second break of the tournament and doing one more giveaway. We're going to have another giveaway coming up after the break, so Stunlock Studios is partially sponsoring this tournament with DLCs and praise, and we're going to be sending all those DLCs your way, so stay tuned as we come back after the break and witness more Quincy madness and PvP. What's going on, vampires? Welcome to another V Rising tournament. This is for June the 11th, 10 a.m. PST, 1 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be hanging out and diving into a $200 non-merciless Duos Cash Cup. This is going to be another 7-day tournament with the server open at specific times, and we're going to have a chaotic rule set coming out. As we saw in the last Duos tournament, we had the V Blood bosses. I'm talking Quincy, Octavian, Solaris, and all the rest pumped up to 120% health and damage. We had some incredible fights all the way across the board at Quincy for hours, and tons of rat strats, plays, and counter plays at Octavian. This time we're pumping it up even more. You're gonna have to bring your A game. The competition is heating up because V Blood bosses are going to have 150% health and damage. They're more lethal than ever. And all units and monsters in the game will have 120% health and damage. So the player versus environment aspect is getting dangerous, it's getting complicated, and we're seeing all these new strategies come out in the tournament format. We do have a 1-hour siege window every single day of the tournament, and whatever teams have the unique souls at the end of the Friday night siege window will be coming up and into the $200 cash prize. The Soul of Solaris is worth $100 on Friday night, and both the Wings and Behemoth will be worth $50 each as well. Now for this Duos tournament, you are only allowed 1 castle per team, and the tile limits are going to be somewhere around 40 for Tier 1, 60 for Tier 2, 75 for Tier 3, and 100 for Tier 4. So we've got smaller castle sizes and only 1 castle per team, and we are always looking for more feedback inside the tournament. So please join the Discord at discord.gg/EclipseGaming for all of the unique rule set breakdowns and for the tournament chat. And we will be streaming live at twitch.tv/strangereligion. We're going to be getting the esports casters back into the mix and trying to rotate them out. And Sunlock Studios, who is once again partially sponsoring this tournament, has given us codes to give out live on stream. So we'll be giving away DLCs throughout Saturday's stream. Can't wait to see you all there, and we're looking forward to it. This is a June 11th $200 Duos Cash Cup. I'll see you there. On all 3 prizes from the Solo Cash Cup. Now, you are going to see some players not want to push here, right? They don't want to fully push and wipe. They want to heal, and they still want Clive.
So
here comes Mole, horse lording through, getting knocked off his horse by the Chaos Volley. This could be the end. He's snared, right? When you come off your horse, you have a snare debuff, and you cannot use your spacebar iframe. So that is when players should be pushing. We see them getting on the horse. They might pursue this now.
Yeah, he's sticking it in the corner to keep it safe, it looks like.
Oh, actually, yeah, really good plays. Hesky's one shot, and he's still going to go for it.
Okay, it's up.
There we go. Admiral's grabbing it.
This is where the crazy stuff happens.
Bacon's grabbing. We have 2 teams here. Sky Team needs to get on this. All 3 teams now have Clive. We're going to see a lot of PvP right now.
Look at the moves from Mulk,
make
though.
It out of here alive. One person immediately dying.
No, Mulk tried to loot, and he's going to pay for it. He's getting greedy there. He gets picked off for that. That was so smart of him to stay back and get the players low before the iframe's activated for the blood drink, so that he could finish them off as soon as it finished, and he did manage to secure 2 kills because of that, but then he got greedy trying to loot. Oh, well,
here he is.
We don't need to go to him.
Slinky Absolute here, 1 shot. AK using voice comm.
AK's gonna chase him, maybe? AK's chasing
him. He wants the kill.
Oh, that's so smart from AK.
Oh, this is huge.
The greed
AK
from
says,
Slinky.
I'll come back for Quincy. He's in a corner. There's nowhere to escape right there. Huge kill for AK. Just set Slinky all the way back. Slinky doing all the work. Look at that facial feature. That is a vampire if I've ever seen one.
It's looking like some Helsing right here. And here we have So Rad Strange, the Scourge Stone Bandit.
Oh, that's hilarious. I actually dropped my PvP protection and took half damage. So the Scourge Stone Bandit is already at half. We've got the Horse Lords. They have the best opportunity to win here.
Wait a minute. He's about to go down.
That is the death of the Scourge Stone Bandit. So there's 7 Scourge Stone, a stack or 2 of lumber, stone, cloth, bone, and salves are on that corpse, along with some blood roses and copper slashers. So we see Aura horse lording that and picking up a big kill. The first admin event has concluded. We'll see how many other players are here. We actually have another team. Aura's just gonna leave. He's got the loot. I think he's gonna call that a day.
Or maybe not. We got some jousting going on here. The Horse Lord diving in the back, tagging T-Gats. T-Gats super low while he's in that counter, just barely missing the attack. And now they're on the run, getting hit by the Chaos Bolts on the way out. This is gonna do so much damage. T-Gats goes down.
Both players sporting copper swords here. These are gonna be huge whirlwinds. They're gonna secure the loot bag. They don't need it. Another team has arrived to level 8 to show. He's picking up the loot.
He grabbed and dipped.
He's out here. What a rat. Let's go. Look at his levels. They're going up on the spot. He's level 20.
Oh my goodness, he clicked take all, and he hits door. No way. He gets him off the horse. He's leading him through the mobs. This could be huge if Vayne gets away here.
We want to see Vayne escape
here. He dipped around the corner. They don't know where he is.
Look at all the monsters.
They're going to have to follow the mobs if they want to find him.
He's literally looting while players are chasing him.
He is an absolute madman.
Oh, Okay, the Frostbat. He might be able. Look at this beautiful play. This is the most tactical League of Legends type thing you could possibly see. He's absolutely using the line of sight
He made it.
To try to get full health. I got to give it up for Vayne. What a play. What a living legend. Yep, here's Vayne. This is a one-on-one with Bagels. And another team is in the back there.
This gold chest might end up costing some of their life. Vayne actually stopping the take it in Bagels' nose.
Loot legend. Missing on the counter. They both have bone. Okay, here's Bagels' teammate. T-Gas is here now, level 0. He wants his gear back, right?
Yeah, Vayne did snipe his gear.
T-Gas is the one who Vayne full looted. If we see an iframe here, that looks like Vayne's gonna escape.
Wow.
Just an absolute rat.
He snuck up, stole all the gear, gave both players on the horses a slip, snuck back inside the mine, took the loot, and still didn't die.
Vayne is back, but look at him. We just talked
He's
about
doing it again. He just throws on the low-level gear and then comes back.
Absolute legend. Look at him go. He smells the loot. He's a big game.
Oh, he's gonna... Welcome back. We have Quincy respawn. Wasn't expecting it so soon, but Ren alone right now actually fighting Quincy and already doing a pretty considerable amount of health. Ren might be able to sneak away with this. We do have Aura gatekeeping at the top, but I gotta imagine there's gotta be some other teams coming in pretty soon. We see some activity down at the bottom, and of course, here comes another team. Actually, this is a player we haven't seen so far, Cazador actually, sorry. Sneaking up here, trying to take the fight with Aura. He just wants to pop by and maybe go check out what's going on with Quincy here. Taking a bunch of damage in the back. He wanted to come up and check to see if Quincy was low. I like that play. He's willing to take a little bit of damage to get himself up here. But now we see his teammate up here as well. They saw that Quincy was open. If they get... Look, they have PvP protection. They can't do anything about this. This is amazing. If they kill Quincy with the PvP protection... Now, keep in mind, they are still pretty far behind, so they've got a lot of work to do even if they get the Quincy kill. But this is great for them. If they can sneak around and just chill out up here while the other team kills, if, you know, Ren and Aura actually finish off Quincy, this could be huge for them.
Now, hello from the future. We are on a 15-minute delay to ensure tournament integrity. Now, a lot of these bosses do take about 15 minutes to kill. I think that Quincy kill was about 30 or 40 minutes of non-stop PvP. We had players getting caught in the rat trap. And so we're going to be giving away the next DLC code now. Each break will be giving away a DLC code provided to us by Sunlock Studios. So they're out here watching these tournaments. They're hanging out and diving in. The CEO is wonderful, Jeremy Bearson. He's hanging out and getting stuff done and has provided us with a lot of feedback, and so they're making positive changes. But like we mentioned, this is fantastic. It's never too late to join these tournaments. You've got a team showing up with PvP protection. They are going to rocket ahead of the competition. This is 3 hours into the tournament almost, and a lot of teams do not have Quincy. I think we have only 3 so far out of at least 25 to 50 teams, right? You got solos and duos. This is a drop-in, drop-out public tournament for the $200 cash cup prize.
If they manage to grab this, it's such a huge boon because they don't need it later. They can get their smithing set up early. If they find a way to get some early iron, if they've got the rat strats to get up to the haunted mine and do something with it, they're going to be in a really good position. In the meantime, I want to go check in with Admiral because we knew, wow, and just like that, we looked away for 2 seconds and they've got a full castle set up. And you know, look at all 5 of these forges are running full of iron right now. Meanwhile, they're waiting to get that smithing station set up, and it's going to be chaos for every other team once these guys are fully ironed up. Meanwhile, it looks like Mulk is somewhere else. I'd love to see Mulk go over here and maybe try to gatekeep Quincy. I'd love to see him step in and try to stop other players from getting it. Just gank people while they're fighting to stop them from getting it. But Quincy is getting low, and it looks like Red is going to get this uncontested as the 2 that showed up are still in PvP protection and are just here to get some free handouts.
Look, we've also got 2 players as rats up here just hanging out and watching this fight progress. I'm just kidding. I know those are NPC rats. But imagine if those were players. That would be fantastic. But as we progress here, it's wonderful to see this. If I was in this tournament, I would do something ridiculous. I would probably drop my PvP timer and actually fight, you know, Ren here and try to knock him off his horse during an important Quincy stun. But we do have, you know, even though players are skulls, you're perfectly capable of killing people up until the swap to iron, right? Once a player, and we're going to see Admiral and Mulk do this very soon, especially with that crazy castle and 5 furnaces, they're going to be churning out iron weapons. The difference between an iron weapon and copper is immense. That second skill, especially the mace, you've got the incapacitate. You finally have access to slashers for the incapacitate and the iframe on the Q, and you're just going to see players incorporating insane PvP strategies from here on out. This tournament just got dangerous. Admiral and Mulk will be gatekeeping Farbane, and it doesn't look to me like they're going to be moving, right? That is their castle spot for life. So like we talked about earlier, in order to win this tournament, you need to have a unique soul inside of your base at the end of the Friday night siege window. And so they're going to have to carry these souls, right? Solaris all the way from Silverlight down to their base here in Farbane, and the Behemoth from Cursed Forest down here. Now, they are right next to the Winged Horror, so that's probably one of the first bosses they'll go for. But each soul is worth a unique amount of prize money, with Solaris the Immaculate at $100 and Winged and Behemoth at 50 a pop. If you want to contribute to the prize pool and suggest what our next tournament should be, including an EU server, please donate. The link is in the chat. That is non-profit. It's going right back into the pockets of the players. We're building the competitive community. And here comes our second Quincy kill, right on the heels of the first. This is Ren and Aura, and likely another group of players trying to gatekeep here at the last second. Where's the team with the PvP protection timer? They're not going to get it.
I think they...
That is one team.
No way they didn't get it. He wasn't paying attention.
That is one team. What was he doing?
He's going to be kicking himself for that one.
He comes up here and sees that and he goes, uh-oh. Oh, I misplayed this.
I think he was hiding from the mobs, and Aura actually was letting the mobs attack that guy, preventing him from being able to get to run up. Because he's level 10, right? So he's so weak that these mobs are just a huge threat to him. That means that we only have 4 teams currently in Tier 2, and one of the teams managed to solo their way in. Now, of course, Admiral and Mulk essentially soloed Quincy as well, and everyone else came up off the heels of their success. But this is huge for them. And it looks like we might actually see the first break from Admiral's team. No, Admiral, it looks like he probably needs some copper to get the forge set up. Or the smithy set up there. He's probably going to need some sulfur as well. Let's see if we can go see what Mulk is up to. Okay, he is in Farbane right now, actually getting some... They're preparing already for their
Absolutely, he's got the garlic debuff on him, so you know he's gathering cotton and pulling cotton yarn out of these peasant houses, right? All the peasants in Vardaron are constantly under assault. Their farms and animals and horses are being stolen and burned all the time. And so you've got them gathering. You need wool thread in order to make your Holofang set. So not only do you need cotton, but you need a vast amount of other tier 2 materials as well. And you're going to quickly see this team, as we know, they emptied out the iron mine. They got every single node, so they're going to be going straight into Merciless Holofang. So they're probably going to be hanging out in the base and making small strategic plays while all the other teams are trying to catch up. Let's jump over to Clive as well in a minute. Here's a lot of PvE damage going on here, though, from Mulk.
Yeah, one brain cell is over here doing exactly what you were talking about before, sneaking through the town, just trying to get iron from the crates, and it looks like he is getting out with a lot of loot, but he's got to be careful here because he is dangerously low, and his horse just got scared off. That shot could have killed him. Fortunately, the counter comes out, and he is going to get out safely. Their base is right nearby. Let's go ahead and check out what Red is up to.
Congratulations, Rose Quinzel, on your DLC code victory. Please send us a message via Twitch Whispers, and we'll get you that DLC today after the stream. And we have one more DLC code to give away. And keep in mind that Odin also is willing to give away a DLC code if you can impress him and make him laugh with your memes and all the good stuff. We see on Reddit every day players posting just incredible screenshots and videos to Reddit. We've got gardens and beautiful castle layouts, as well as weird bugs. I saw someone fishing yesterday when they went to pull the fish up. Like before the fish made it into their inventory, it knocked them up into the sky and one-shot them. So fishing, possibly one of the most dangerous activities in Vardaron. So congratulations, we've got one more DLC to give away. So I'm going to go ahead and open the third and final giveaway, and then we will continue to go and hang out. So let's see what we've got.
Yeah, let's drop on down to Clive to see if anybody has taken that on. I think I just spotted somebody. All right, we do have a team starting Clive. This is going to be a late kill for them. This is Endo that we saw earlier, actually. He was I think this fight earlier, but he got gate kept out by the previous team that was looking to pick this up. So this would be a good pickup for Endo. This is going to be basically now a stream of teams. Okay, we do have F-Bear swinging at nothing. All right, he was just a little upset. I don't know what pissed him off, but he just wasn't happy with it.
All right, the third and final giveaway is now live. This is going to be !Gatekeeper, because we see this strategy being employed all across the board for F-Bear and especially Quincy. Of course, the Clive kills earlier. We've had some teams pull some magnificent PvP victories with their gatekeeping, stopping teams from getting control of some of these bosses. It looks like we have a PvP fight here as well, actually, up here in the corner. Is that just, that's his teammate? Okay. So we do have problem. You have a lot of these teams that were excited for the white pipe who are now kind of hanging out and just trying to catch up, right? Especially if they don't have Quincy, or if they got Quincy, they now have to go backward, right? Quincy is not the end-all, be-all, as we talk about very often. It's going to give you access to an ultimate and a wonderful Chaos Barrier, which is a magnificent counterplay against Chaos Volley. But you still have to go get Iron, you still have to get Cotton, and you still need a lot of Tier 1 bosses. We're going to see a lot of players going for Pelora the Feywalker, which is a very easy boss to Horse Lord, but can be very challenging if you let her summon a lot of adds. We're also going to have to see some insane Nikolaus kills as players attempt to unlock their Tier 2 study and gain access to the S-Tier PvE ability, Ward of the Damned, which is one of the best abilities in the game for fighting bosses that have multiple projectiles, especially Solaris the Immaculate. You see a lot of it being used on Angora, the Spider Queen as well, and just a lot of bosses. And so that is going to summon skeletons for you that deal true damage. So we're going to see some interesting plays, and we've seen this on the competitive scene already. Players are able to go for some high-tier bosses at a lower level because they're using true damage skills, right? You've got Ward of the Damned, the skeletons deal true damage. You've got your Wolf Snare, and the Wolf does true damage. And so you're able to actually produce quite a bit of damage against these bosses. And in the normal setting, that might be enough. But right now, with the V-Blood bosses powered up with 150% health and damage, they're probably going to one-shot you, and so you have to be very careful. But I would be curious to see, as the tournament progresses, when will the first player gain access to Toad form, right? Killing Balaran up in Cursed Forest, or is someone able to kite Styx the Sunderer around Cursed Forest and manage to pick up Bat form? That would be a huge victory for them, especially right now if we think about it. And this might be giving away some strategies, but I encourage you all to do it. Admiral and Mulk's base is open to the back. If you get Bat form and you drop in there, you're going to be sucking up all their loot and jumping off the cliff and getting out alive. Maybe you drop in next to their base with a siege golem tonight.
They killed Beatrice already. They've
There's
got the loom.
The loom is down.
And they've got they had Cotton going too. They're going to be, and look, they dropped their plated bone guard stuff. I know this is old stuff. He's probably just handing it over to give to the Devourers so that they can set up. If they get enough Cotton going, not to mention all the iron that we know that they have in these forges, probably stacks upon stacks. They've probably got like a good 150 iron bars. They are going to be in such a good position. Next time we check in with them, we are coming up to basically what I would call a lull in the server, because this is the time when there's going to be straggling teams picking off kills like this, like on Clive, but there's not really that many teams that still need Clive at the moment or that are capable of dealing with Clive. So you're going to see a lot of kind of like solo boss kills. There might be like an F-Bear here or there. There might be a few people interested in going after Quincy in a little while if they gear up a little bit more. But at this point now, we're sort of we're sort of hitting the divide now, where the teams that are ahead are going to start getting really ahead, and the teams that are behind are going to have to start strategizing around their routes, find the most effective way to get geared up, and then immediately execute on those openings. If they see Quincy up, they need to go and take advantage of that immediately.
Definitely, and we called this out perfectly. We knew that Admiral and Mulk had already gathered so much iron and cotton that they were able to just kind of hang out in their base, right? The second they secured Quincy, they must have been sighing in relief, especially because they showed up and avoided essentially 30 minutes of chaotic free-for-all PvP, and they're such high level, they're going to be skulls to everyone, so players are going to give them a little bit more room to breathe. They're going to probably target them last and kind of hang out on the edges. And we only have 4 teams 3 hours into the lifespan of the tournament that have secured a Quincy kill, but now Admiral and Mulk are going to be waiting, right? You've got 4 minutes per iron bar to be produced, so with the furnace, they're going to need 52 bars for the smithy and 1 weapon, or 72 bars for both weapons. So at 5 furnaces, it's going to be, 5 times 10. I'm doing a lot of quick math here, and I don't know what I'm talking about, but probably at least 30 minutes or an hour for them to produce all those iron bars. So they're going to be hanging out in base. This is a good opportunity for them to take a lunch break because they're so far ahead. And as soon as they get those iron weapons, right, as soon as those looms produce enough cotton yarn, these players are going to be in Hollow Fang and an iron weapon, and they are going to be merciless. They're going to be riding across Farbane and Dunley, zeroing players' inventory, and we're probably going to see, this is only 3 hours into the tournament, and so we are about 5.5 hours away from the siege window. You might see these players dropping siege golems tonight. It is a 1-hour siege window every day of the tournament, with the finale concluding after the Friday night siege window. So these are players who have a lot of experience. They've been practicing speed runs, getting into PvP fights, and they have everything that they need. They've locked in this castle, and they're absolutely crushing this tournament at the moment.
Now, I know they can't see me, but this is kind of funny that my character shows up because of the blood moon. Can you imagine you walk out into your house and you just see a phantom standing there with a scythe? You're like, oh god, what is that? I'm in observer mode, guys. They can't see me. I'm totally invisible despite the fact that my avatar shows up here. Wait a minute, do we have another team getting ready to go for Quincy? Let's see if we can look in on this. Hang on. Did Quincy respawn already? Quincy's back up and we have a team fighting him, and it's A-Town actually, and he's going for the melee fight on the ground. He does have a horse over there.
Solo as well, so this is very interesting. It's fun how it took hours to kill the first Quincy, and then you have back-to-back Quincy's as the initial players who get it are gone. They don't want to participate in that PvP anymore, and it's very interesting, right? They got to run strategies. They have to play chess all the way across the tournament. Do they go for a Quincy gatekeep to stop other teams, or do they just go for progression, right? You have so many teams right now that are behind Admiral and Molk. They need iron and they need cotton. And now those areas are going to be contested. So every team that has Quincy is going to be in Dunley, and they're all going to be fighting. So Admiral and Molk going for the iron and the cotton have rocketed themselves ahead of the competition. They are going to be some of the first players to acquire the unique souls of the raid bosses.
This is a very fortuitous timing for A-Town as well, since we just got the Blood Moon. That movement speed buff is going to help out a lot in dodging Quincy's abilities, giving A-Town a much easier time dealing with this fight while on foot. Of course, Quincy is still quite dangerous. You got to be careful if you get hit by the triple charge when he's in his second form. It can really knock you out, especially if he's solo. I don't think we saw a teammate of his nearby, unless I just didn't catch them hanging out on a ledge here, like just obscured by some kind of ledge here. But yeah, I think you're right. I think that he's totally solo, and right now, are the gates even open? No, the gates are closed behind him. I have to wonder if he actually waited for the gates to close before he started attempting this.
And that's a great idea, especially like we just mentioned, with a couple teams ahead of the competition here. A lot of the other teams that are in the back aren't going to have an F-Fair kill. So with the gates closed, he probably very likely, especially as a solo, has played this very strategically.
Now wait just a second here. Darkness and Racking got to be getting ready to go up to Quincy. If they find him up there by himself, all that work he's done is going to be for nothing, and they are going to go for him. Darkness is going to get knocked off the horse here, though, because he got a little greedy there. Wow, look at all that damage he just took. What the? He just exploded. Look at, he just deleted 70% of his health.
And he jumped all the way down, so that's going to give the other player room to breathe here.
Rat King getting destroyed as well. This is quickly turning around.
Missing Rat King, though. This player is absolutely trying to take a 1v2 here.
With the boss at his back.
Look at, oh, there he goes. If he gets stuck in the rat trap, though.
No, he's
coming back around.
He knows about the ledge.
This player should probably leave, though, and reset. There's no way they can finish this, especially with the amount of health that they have.
Yeah, this is
both
greed.
Other players healing. I don't think, no way, Quincy's at 40. Now is the time to leave, but I said that earlier, and Ren and Aura still managed to pick up Clive. So possibly with a really big, there it is, a smash to the head. He's one shot. He's got to go.
Anything will do it at this point. He's got to have to jump.
On the horse. He should jump off here. There he goes.
He's gonna have to jump.
He gets caught. He's in a nice spot though.
Rat King keeps the leash though. Quincy didn't heal at all. That's full health still. They're still gonna keep this up, and he could potentially just chill out on the side, keep an eye on the fight, and then go in when he's ready. He is going to be taking a lot of blood, or drinking a lot of blood here to get his health back up, so he's going to have to find something to snack on before he runs up here. Otherwise, it's going to be risk on low blood. But Quincy being this low, if Rat King and his teammate deal with this without gatekeeping him too hard, he could sneak up and get that kill. Even if he takes some damage on his way up, as long as he doesn't get full CC'd into death, getting the Quincy kill is worth dying for here.
Yeah, let's go to that ledge as well. I'm not sure if he can get back from that ledge, so he might actually have to drop all the way back down and then come up. So he might be just kind of trying to witness right now and see what he can see. But he is going to have to, yeah, I think he jumped off there. Yep, he jumped down. That ledge does not connect back to Quincy. So again, the map awareness and the verticality of Quincy makes this one of the most interesting bosses in the game. It was set up very, very well for the free-for-all PvP and the third and fourth partying, and you gotta love to see the rat trap. Catching at least one so far.
Yeah, potentially more than that, though. We only saw one. A-Town, I like this. He's coming up here. I actually like the fact that he's showing himself here, because it's like, you guys really want to waste time trying to fight me? We can just... The boss almost dead. We just chill.
Look at that little back spot. I've actually never seen that. He was over in a little corner. Yeah, but I think that he showcased the power of his PvP abilities, because he was there. Here's another team, though. Another team. We've now got 3 teams at Quincy. This could bring the total Quincy count up to 7 or more. Let's see what we've got. Also, these players chose not to gatekeep, so they are going to be in a situation where some PvP could be happening. This is probably going to be our final Quincy kill of this esports cast, guys. We're going to be bringing it down. Here he is, one shot, jumping off the ledge. Let's see what we've got. So many players fighting for Quincy. There's the Quincy stun. A-Town wants this so bad. He started the fight. He's going to try to end it.
He's so low, though, and look, everybody's very, very patient. They're just waiting. Trading out damage on the Quincy, taking some hits, back and forth. Nobody's getting too low right here, but none of these teams want to engage in fights. And look, these two players are together from the looks of things. Mouse and Bump are there. Quincy is getting low here. A couple more hits. A couple more big hits are going to do it. Darkness kind of just whittling away there with those copper axes. We see the ads being summoned up here, but Quincy's health keeps getting jumped up by all these players that are showing up. A-Town finally taking the fight here while everybody else cleans up. We've got a bit of a collaborative effort here as players are finally getting ready to take this kill here from Quincy. But A-Town is super low. I think he's taking shots from these NPCs and he doesn't realize it. A-Town has to be so careful here. That was so dangerous. The iframe's just saving him right there. Quincy looking to finish him off, but they're both at low HP. No, Mouse isn't going to let him have it. He's throwing out the counter. Those chaos bolts just went right through him. Quincy is so low. I feel so bad for A-Town here if he can't get away.
It's a good Q. It's not enough. No.
No, A-Town, you gotta.
Oh, you want to see some revenge here. Rat King can pick up kills on both of these players. Moose very low. His teammate very low. Bunda and Moose both at 20%. Let's see what Rat King's got. It looks like he mostly wants Quincy.
That is.
We have still at least 3 teams here. That feels very bad for A-Town.
That's heartbreaking for A-Town.
Quincy on the staircase here.
3 teams.
Could be the end. That is 17
Red
with Quincy.
Red picked it up. That means 1 brain cell in Red. The team that has the really good castle spot up in Silver Lion Mine is now in tier 2, and that's very good for them. That might be one of the teams to look out for. That's going to give Mulk and Admiral a run for their money. Speaking of which, as we wrap things up here, we are going to go check in with them. Admiral hasn't geared up just yet. I think everything's still crafting, but as we look at that, he is currently standing on the forge that's working away, and right here is their ticket into the big guns.
And you also see the Alchemy Lab. So these players are now set up for the rest of the tournament. This is home base for life, and they have everything that they need to compete. They're going to be coming out of this castle in the next 30 minutes or an hour around level 45 or even higher if they actually have enough iron and cotton. That's going to be a set of Merciless Hollow Fangs. So that's going to be upward of level 60 plus, especially if they happen to pick up a Merciless Iron recipe at some point. Now, all of that is going to be absolutely incredible, and this team is going to be rocketing themselves up, and it's going to be hard for the other teams to compete with that, because when you see a Skull player, you do act differently, and so they're going to have Iron and Hollowfang, and for sure be Skulls to every other team on the map. So this team is coming up, and they're picking up some massive kills, as well as tournament progression. Now, this is a great time to join the tournament. You do see some teams, right? This is our third Quincy kill, but there are several teams who have died or been ganked who are unable to pick up a Quincy, and you know they're going to go back and they want to progress. And so joining the tournament right now, I would recommend with that PvP protection time to grab Quincy and then maybe see if you can't get Clive, and then you're going to have everything you need to skip into Iron, right? You just get some copper at that point. You've got a copper, merciless weapon, and all of the good news. We're looking good and feeling good, doing all the things all the time. So as we head here to the end of the stream, I'm going to go ahead and draw the third DLC. Our voices are getting hoarse. The excitement has been maxed out. And so let's go ahead and draw this exclamation mark gatekeeper in the stream. We're going to draw this final DLC code, sponsored in part by Stunlock Studios.
Thank you guys so much for showing up today. This has been another fantastic start to the tournament, of which I am sure is going to be very exciting. Moke and Admiral have certainly set themselves up for quite the lead, but we know that a couple other teams were close on their heels without quite as many resources, but are now in Tier 2 with access to the smithing station. So things are going to look very interesting in the next couple hours here, and I do suspect that we might see some attempts at sieging this evening, although it may be on smaller bases, because looking at bases like this one, it doesn't seem like it's going to be quite worthwhile, as they've got that double layered up. We will see some players start getting ready to get their servants so that they can work for them while they're offline and get those resources continuing to come in. Make sure you join the Discord, guys. Discord.gg/Eclipse Gaming, where you can join future tournaments. You can suggest things like feedback. You can donate to the prize pools if you'd like to have your voice heard about what sort of tournaments you'd like to see in the future. And keep it locked here for all future content from Eclipse Gaming for these tournaments. My name is Odin. I'm going to turn it over to Strange to let him finish things off here as we get this giveaway finished up.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Odin. So this is twitch.tv/OdinCast. Jump over there. Give him some likes, subs, follows. He brings the energy and keeps this tournament alive. We are heading to the end of the Esports casting for the $200 Cash Cup Duos tournament, day 1. And we'll see you guys next time for another stream. And for all of the YouTube content, please check us out at youtube.com/c/strangereligion. Join the Discord for all the rules and the breakdowns. This is 12 hours of uptime on the weekends and 8 hours on the weekdays, finally ending on Friday night after the 1-hour siege window, when you've got all the golems and all the PvP as players try on their last day to still steal the unique souls. So this is the last giveaway. I'm going to go ahead and draw. This is Fool's Errand 75. Congratulations. All giveaways are now closed. Please whisper us. I see that the first 2 DLC winners did whisper, so I'll be getting you those DLC codes right here as the stream comes down. Now, this is 15 minutes in the future, so thank you all for joining. We're going to let this run off, and we'll see you guys next time for another V Rising tournament and video.
Take it easy, guys.